Ladies and gentlemen here, FABC, First Academy of Blockchain Council, welcomes you all for the launch of International Blockchain Summit. I welcome all the TPOs, speakers from different countries, college chairmen, students and speakers, and all the business corporate investors. A very good morning, everyone. To start the event with, let us start with our Tamil Thai Vartha, our own ritual. I request everyone to please raise for Tamil Thai Vartha. நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்து கிழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிதில் தெக்கணமும் அதிசிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிற பிறையுடலும் தரிதனலும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிலமை திரும்பி எந்த செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே வாழ்த்ததுமே. Thank you. I request everyone to please stay back for national anthem. I think we all can do it together. जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उत्कल जलति तरंगा धव शुभ नामे जागे धव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे गव जय गाता जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे. Thank you. I request everyone to please take your seats. To start the event with, I request all our eminent speakers to come over to the dais. I first welcome Adam Roosevelt from USA. A round of applause for our first speaker of the day, Mr. Adam Roosevelt. He has come all the way from US for all of us for this event. Thank you so much for joining with us today, Roosevelt. Thank you. Next, I would like to welcome Ms. Beba Broka from Latvia. Thank you so much once again for joining with us today. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Sam Lee from Australia. Next, I would like to welcome Mr. Shakti Visakan Rajguru from UAE, our co-founder of FABC. Next, I would like to welcome Ms. Grazia Latik from Australia. I would like to welcome our guest of honor for the event, Dr. S. Sashi Anand, Vice President of Kalasalingam University. Welcome, sir. Next, I would like to welcome Dr. C. Shakti Kumar, Director of Tannimalar Institution. Welcome, sir. Yes, you may please take your seats. Thank you so much. So lighting of lamp is one of our very own ritual to start the event with in a very beautiful manner. So to do the honors, I would like to welcome Mr. Adam Roosevelt, Ms. Beba Broka, Mr. Sam Lee, Ms. Graziella Peg, Mr. Shakti Visakan Rajguru, Dr. S. Sashi Anand, Dr. C. Shakti Kumar, and our entrepreneurs, Mr. Subramaniam and Mr. Viren Mathur. Please do the needful, sir.
Music light up கொடுங்க.
I'd like to welcome our special guest for the event, Mr. Khalid Al Mansoori, Executive Chairman of MPN Properties Abu Dhabi, to join with us on stage as well as for the lighting of lamp. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for taking your time and joining with us today. May I now invite Mr. Shakti Visakam Rajaguru, co-founder of FABC, to welcome the gathering and brief about the event. Welcome, sir. So before I hand over the mic to Mr. Shakti, I request all the speakers and guests of honors to please take your seats on dais. Thank you. Yes, all the speakers and guests of honors can come on to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please. Very good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure and honor for us to inaugurate the first Academy of Blockchain Council to bring the blockchain as a skill development in Chennai, Tamil Nadu and India, and out of various conferences which happens on blockchain. So we would like to pioneer the first exclusive blockchain skill conference where we would like to bring it as a community, and with our partnership as a consortium between government, enterprises, investors, academic institution at the leadership level, and the most important layer for us is the training and placement layer. So we would like to invest on this layer to equip them, invest on them, and then connect to the last mile student. Many of the programs connect the students to a course, but it doesn't further move. It's like a seed fallen on a barren land. Very few seed germinates. So we would like to really work with the training and placement officers in terms of these kind of future technology is not offered on a bite-sized training program, but also continuously given a bite-sized training program. And we don't believe in the long-sized programs also because most of the students will not have the sustainability of picking it up. So our program is very customized for employment into consideration. And that is why we would like to segregate the whole exercise into three different sectors. Sector one is our signing with the enterprises across the world on generating the demand in multidisciplinary approach, which is one of its kind, where the world is yet to innovate on that space. An example which Daiba will be covering today, that means blockchain as a technology, and one of the functional layer, it can be legal or compliance or customer support. So for this combination makes the vast number of employment possibility, in addition to the coding and the other technology jobs. So that's our mass recruitment plan for this industry. And the second layer is coming to the education layer. The one we find the demand for the skill, go to the education layer, build the curriculum very customized for this demand layer. And the third layer is to ensure that the quality meets the objective. So that's why we partnered with third party, or I don't call them third party, they are more strategic partners like IMOCA. So they are very specialized in terms of skill evaluation, skill metrics, skill analysis. So they will be the neutral entity which evaluates the outcome of our program, and then finally it plugs into the employment, and most of our employments are designed overseas. And once the overseas assignments are done, there is a bunch of trainees who sit on our platform, and then further we will engage them using the community model. That means the community continuously engages these students and then make them into an employable resource. More than one training, there will be continuous engagement of training, top-notch specialists are going to be part of that community. So it's going to be a long-term community building exercise. We will be covering it during our presentations. At the high level, I would like to just highlight this is what we have intended to do. And since it involves the HR as a domain, or we call that as human capital domain, which is one set of expertise of people, and there is another blockchain technology expertise which is required. So we beautifully crafted it together as two set of leadership and management team in forming it. So we know both are essential to make the specialization as well as employment together. That's what the organization future technology employment, what we are looking at, which is $1 trillion economy, which we are hoping to. And I would like to thank each one of you taking time to come and be part of this inauguration. And this is a journey which we have to travel a long mile, because this is the next gold rush which is going to dominate for the next 5 years. And so we would like to all together harvest this next boom in the technology, and we would like to start from the soil, and let's see how we can work together. We are very hopeful, and that's why we see every eminent speakers have given their consent to be part of it. I'd like to thank each of the speakers taking time to travel all the way. Thank you so much. And I'd like to thank the academia to openly embrace this idea, not just from the employment standpoint, but also continuous education standpoint. Thank you so much for pioneering this. And also from the UAE, where we have actually germinated this idea, testing with small pockets, and we want them to represent here. And thank you so much from representing from UAE. And so we would like to make it truly a global event, wherein the exercise is going to be continuously engaged from different parts of the world. And for one good statistics which Graziella will cover in terms of where does India stand in this particular technology. India lost in two revolution. One is on in the technology various side we were really harvesting. This is one among the harvest which India missed, not in top 10. So which is something which we have to quickly catch up in the skill side. So this is what we are up to, and partnering with India as a large community in terms of building interest in blockchain, and not just the coding job, but also on the functional side of it. That means tech plus a functional combination, which is what our curriculum is going to be. And I thank once again, and thank the VRPs and the dignitaries, and thanks for honoring us for this launch. Thank you. Good day.
Advisor to Prime Minister of UAE. He is working with government regulatory bodies for 13 countries in cryptocurrency regulations, attended and delivered keynote speeches about blockchain in the World Economic Forums. Put a round of applause and welcome Mr. Sam Lee from Australia. Welcome, sir.
I'll just start talking a little bit. Hi, I'm Sam Lee, founder of the not-for-profit Blockchain Center. Just to give you a little bit of background on my journey in this industry. I came into this industry back in 2010. And back then, there was no value with Bitcoin. Thank you. Bitcoin was the only use case of blockchain, but it opened up a door of possibilities of how we can create and exchange new forms of value in a decentralized manner. This technology, back in 2010, was something you can only access if you know how to install on a Linux computer the Bitcoin QT wallet. So naturally, from an IT background, I was fortunate enough to figure out my way to have my first Bitcoins by installing the wallet and discovering the potential and possibility of this technology. And after that, I was completely in love. Because what it meant was a platform that anyone in the world can participate in a permissionless manner. And after sounding like a crazy person and getting many of my friends and family and nearest and dearest to come in and learn about the technology, some of them have decided to also trust me in coming on this journey and having their first Bitcoins in their own wallets. Australia is a unique place because it is the first country to create blockchain regulation back in 2014. And my relevance in this industry began there because I firmly believe the 3 steps of creating value for this industry being education, then regulation, and then finally innovation. Because you cannot have innovation without the processes and procedures that regulation create, but you cannot build the right regulation without the knowledge that is necessary through education. And that is why there's a need for Blockchain Center, and now, after 12 long years in this industry, FABC. Because I finally found the right partners and the right support necessary to bring the vision of education in the blockchain industry to the next level. It all starts with this one slide. How can India leapfrog over the rest of the world in growth, in GDP growth? It can't be through textile manufacturing or creating a base that is based on moving up the hierarchy of Industry 4.0. We need to leapfrog, we need to accelerate, and the value of blockchain as a key component to bringing value transactions in Web3, in AI, in robotics, as a driver to the GDP growth of India is most apparent. Because what we have is 2 key components that makes this dynamite. One is the largest working population in the entire world, India. And also the highest paying industry in the world, blockchain. We are putting these things together, and we want people to support us on this journey by creating the first point of success from India that accelerates knowledge of what this potential technology can deliver to the rest of the world through the success that we have in India. I have traveled to over 55 countries speaking on blockchain, promoting education, driving regulation, but the change that is happening in this industry is not happening fast enough. That's because there are many misconceptions of this industry. Many people put their time and attention in the wrong places when they first hear about blockchain. And it is our job, after having met my co-founder Shakti, to correct those misconceptions and drive the right growth in this industry that can benefit the world in decades to come. So the vision is to promote international exchange and cooperation. But first, we need to start with an academy where we build the critical mass of young technical people that have the right understanding of blockchain so that they do not mislead and bring the wrong concepts into this ecosystem. Having been around the world, I've witnessed so many people's understanding of blockchain differ, and we're welcoming everybody to contribute to this platform. This indeed is a platform that we hope that people take advantage of and build out their knowledge and understanding to grow. Having been in this ecosystem for so long, the right people from early days, when I first started out in this industry in 2010, 11, 12, 13, they are disenchanted and disenfranchised by where this industry is right now. We want these talents, these educators, these pioneers to come back into this industry. And I hope this platform will shake them out of retirement so that they once again are fully invigorated to drive what first got them into this industry, their passion, forward. It is an ecosystem of growth. We've been not just starting with the education, but driving consistent value through incubation of new ideas and concepts. We need subject matter experts in many other industries to do blockchain plus. What does that mean? It's blockchain plus any other industry, because it can be applied into construction, it can be applied to supply chain, to logistics, to healthcare, to cybersecurity, and the list goes on. Because it is an enabler. It is a more efficient way of securing information, and all industries deal with information. We're rolling out FABC across the 12 blockchain centers we've already established in the world in 11 different countries. And reaching deep into the many government partnerships that we've already established. And through these consistent and easy to digest courses, drive the adoption of this technology. Demo days, hackathons, events, all collected through our FABC platform. And now, with these kind of systems, we're engaging different stakeholders to create the framework of the future for this industry. So thank you for being a part of this journey. We hope you could contribute to this ecosystem. It is my passion to drive this ecosystem for decades to come, and I still have much to give this ecosystem, so thank you so much. I would like to welcome back the MC to make the introduction to His Honourable Excellency. Thank you.
Mr. Swaminathan, Minister of Information and Publicity. Thank you so much for joining with us, sir. Thank you. Over to Mr. Samli. I request Mr. Samli to honor Mr. Swaminathan. Okay. And Rajaguru, co-founder of FABC, to honor Mr. Swaminathan. Memento from our side. One more time, thank you, sir, for taking your time and joining with us today. Thank you. To inaugurate and launch the FABC International Blockchain Skill Summit by Mr. Swaminathan. I welcome Mr. Swaminathan to launch the event. Welcome, sir. With the audience, sir.
I am happy to launch the skill summit on black side. Good luck. Thank you very much, sir.
One more time, thank you so much for taking your time and joining with us today. Yes, moving to the next speaker of today's event It's going to be Mr. Adam Roosevelt from United States of America. A brief about him. He's the advisory of UAE government, authority on USA and Middle East political and industrial partnership, member of the private office of Sheikh Sakar bin Mohammed Al Qasami, cybersecurity and intelligence practice, lead US Army in 3 wars, leading air, ground and sea strategy. Let's give a round of applause and welcome Mr. Adam Roosevelt. Welcome, sir.
First, I want to say thank you. I think everyone can hear me. I want to say thank you to everyone. Thank you to your excellencies, our honored guest, our host FABC, for allowing this event to take place in India. It is a real pleasure to be with you all. Having traveled from the United States and now living in the United Arab Emirates, I understand the strength and the ties between India and the world. And I will say here in Chennai, you have some of the most smartest, capable professionals in the world who will be contributing to the cryptocurrency, blockchain, smart cities, and the metaverse environment. So I just want to take the time, please give yourselves a round of applause. We look forward to seeing you all soon. Just a few house notes. So again, thank you. On behalf of the organizations that I represent, the private office of His Highness Sheikh Sakar bin Mohammed Al Qasimi, also His Excellency Adnan Al Nurani, also His Excellency Adnan Al Nurani and group of companies. I want to say thank you all for having me, and I am proud to contribute to the continuing growth in relationships between the UAE, the United States, and India. Now let me start by saying this. My perspective on the digital transformation as it pertains to blockchain is quite interesting. As the opening speaker stated before introducing me, I served 10 years in the U.S. military. I have been involved in most of the United States in terms of the conflicts in Afghanistan. I understand the value of technology in a combat environment. I understand the value of technology in a commercial environment. So my perspective represents the military background. It represents the intelligence community. It represents the environment of governments. It represents the family offices, and it also represents academia. So my perspective has evolved, and what I want to talk about today is the platform of blockchain and why we are here, why FABC is important to the continual growth of the industry, and what it will contribute specifically to India and around the globe. The platform that we are going to be adopting obviously has been talked about as a training platform. The reason why I think it will provide tremendous value is because as we enter this new decade, there are a lot of innovation, there's a lot of platforms being developed, but there is no talent to contribute to the development, the design, the engineering, and the operationalization of these platforms. And I believe that Chennai will play a vital role around the globe. Now, as an executive in the space, it is my job to continue to stay 2 steps ahead of where we are today and make sure that we continue to contribute to the expansion of our industries. Now, let me expand on what blockchain will be involved in as you all participate from a professional perspective. In the audience, we have people from academia. We have people from construction. We have people from real estate and energy. Blockchain will integrate into every critical infrastructure sector that we know today. Furthermore, so you understand, it will be your job and all of the jobs of the leaders here today to develop, design, and contribute to, again, the optimization of this particular market. Now, what I want to say is from a security perspective, blockchain has been one of the most advanced security frameworks. It does adopt cybersecurity frameworks, which is why we say that blockchain provides higher confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information. And I just want to take the moment to say, from an economic perspective, as mentioned by Sam, it will contribute to the continual growth and GDP of India and around the world. So this is an economic as well as a national security conversation with blockchain, and I look forward to taking part and contributing to India and the global leaders as we continue to evolve this industry. I really appreciate your time. I look forward to working with you, and I'll be here if you have any questions. And really, God bless India, God bless the United Arab Emirates, and God bless the United States. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Mr. Roosevelt, for taking your time and joining with us today. Thank you. And before moving to the next speaker, can I have all our speakers on the dais, please? Mr. Sam Lee, Mr. Adam Roosevelt, Ms. Beba Boka, Ms. Graziela Teague, and Mr. Shakti Visakan Rajaguru. I request all five of you to please join with us on dais. Thank you. Thank you. It's now time to welcome our third speaker of the event, Ms. Beba Boka from Latvia, legal advisor to digital asset and fintech startups, and a visiting lecturer in several global universities, author of the book Legal Analysis and Legal Writing. A round of applause for Ms. Beba Boka. Over to you, ma'am.
For the presentation, no? It's my really great pleasure to be in India, and in this beautiful city of Chennai. And it's really my great pleasure to be together with my colleagues and friends, launching this great initiative. And I think it's absolutely time to be here. Because as we see today, so my presentation is all about future. And I see the future is going to be digital. I will tell a little bit about me while the presentation will appear. I arrived in this blockchain ecosystem in 2015. It's already quite a long time ago, and it was also some kind of very interesting story. I was teaching contract law back in Latvia, in University of Latvia. And it was a time when the European Court of Justice first time came up with a ruling, trying to first time to describe what is Bitcoin. It was the case in Sweden when one person tried to exchange Bitcoin to fiat money, and it was a question whether this transaction should be applicable with value-added tax. And within the Swedish jurisdiction, they couldn't find the right decision, where the truth. So that's why the first time this legal dispute was brought to the highest level within the European Union, to European Court of Justice, where we see the smartest lawyers from all the European countries are gathering together and trying to come up with explanations and issues which are really critical and very important. And that was the first time when the European Court of Justice came up with some kind of explanation. It paid attention to the Bitcoin, paid attention what does it mean, virtual currency, digital currency, cryptocurrency, using all kinds of different terms, not knowing which exactly is the most appropriate one. And also today, when we talk about digital assets, we talk about virtual assets, we talk about cryptocurrencies, still there is a confusion. Which is the right term? What does it exactly mean from legal perspective, just to have the clarity. And these are also today, I will talk about some of these aspects, legal challenges, working in this industry. So as I told, my presentation is all about future, which I see is digital. A little bit to understand the importance of the blockchain industry, I want to also mention some of the numbers. We can talk how important, because I'm passionate myself in the blockchain industry. Nobody needs to convince me anymore. I believe that people today deserve to have better money. And that's why I do my best. I do consult and advise all new startups and initiatives which are coming to this blockchain ecosystem and trying to provide new services to serve customers better. Talking about numbers, how important is today? As you see, there is a prediction that in 2022, the worldwide spending on blockchain solutions will reach $11.7 billion US. Impressive. At the same time, there is estimation that global blockchain technology market is estimated to accumulate 20 billion in revenue by 2024. As of March 2022, the number of registered blockchain wallets is over 81 million. So we see, if we talk about mass adoption and the everyday use of the digital assets, we see the number of the ballots already is very impressive. Blockchain can reduce 30% of banks' infrastructure cost. This is already a very important number to consider also for traditional financial institutions, for traditional banking institutions, also to switch and use blockchain technology more and more in everyday services. Financial companies can save up to $12 billion a year if they would start using blockchain. And total spending on integrating blockchain into healthcare will rise to $5.61 billion by the 2025. So just to understand the scope of the possibilities where the blockchain technology can be applied and how big it is already if you look at the market in general. Cryptocurrency market. Even today, when we are 2022 is quite difficult year because we've been seeing these turbulences in traditional stock market and also, of course, in digital assets market and blockchain market. And the cryptocurrency market remains highly concentrated despite the fact that there are more than 50,000 cryptocurrencies in the market. So if we go back, everybody who is following the industry development, we know that 2009 is actually beginning of this blockchain journey and first application as a cryptocurrency when the Bitcoin was introduced. Since that time, we see already, today we see around 50,000 different cryptocurrencies are operational in the market. Some of them are successful, some not, but there is an impressive number already. August 2022, Bitcoin and Ethereum, the second biggest or most popular cryptocurrency, made up close to 60% of the market cap of all the cryptocurrencies within the world. Cryptocurrencies have shown the highest returns and greatest independence from other asset classes when the economic growth has been strong, interest rates have been low, and the economic environment has had limited surprises. If you look back 2018, 2019 was a period when really we saw the cryptocurrency market was growing so rapidly, and also the interest rates and profits earned in the cryptocurrency were very high. The largest coins have been around in the market about a decade, and in the next slide I will show you how it looks. The 10 most popular cryptocurrencies still in the market, which are doing quite well. And future innovations, I'm absolutely sure, will lead to a crypto asset which will function as a reserve of the very stable store of the value. Here you see the slide a little bit maybe how is the distribution of cryptocurrency market cap by assets. And as I told, so still in the market, the two main cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin and Ethereum, are making 60% of total cryptocurrency market. When we talk about blockchain, and this is the first application cryptocurrencies, so of course the challenge is we have to talk about the trust. To Today we are talking and saying that this is a fourth technological revolution we are experiencing. We have blockchain, we talk about metaverse, we talk about Web3, we talk about robotics, artificial intelligence. This is a period of the first technological revolution. But what is the biggest challenge when we approach the community, when we approach the people with some new technologies? And I always mentioning my historical lesson learned back in 1958 in California, in city Fresno. First time was issued the first credit card of the bank. And it was in that time, it was a huge, huge innovation, and everybody expected to have, that it's going to be a really big success. Unfortunately, it failed. Because why? People didn't trust. In that moment, everybody, and still now many of us are used to have cash money, we like to touch the money, and then look back in 1958, somebody came and said, forget about your money, we will give you a plastic card and it will be a miracle. It will do everything what you were doing with the money before. People didn't trust. It took 2 years to work very hard to explain security, liability issues that people can trust. Today, probably all of you have few of the beautifully designed and colorful cards, and we don't think about it. We already know that we can trust the technology. The blockchain is facing today something similar. It's all about how to build trust, how people can trust this new technology. And the trust we have to build, first of all, to customers that they trust, they decide to choose our services. We have to build trust to governments. We have to build trust to supervisors. And that's why legal regulations, compliance, and self-regulation is very important in this industry. If there will be no trust, there will be no future. And to building trust, we have to learn from that what is existing already today. And that's why we have to also analyze, centralize, or this conventional, traditional financial markets and financial services. When we talk about strictly regulated markets, where there is a central government, there usually are central banks or other institutions which are following and supervising financial services in particular jurisdiction. We talk about licensing and registration, intermediaries, high level of consumer protection, high sophisticated rules for anti-money laundering and know your customer policies. There is a responsibility and liability in a place. We all of us know if this magic plastic card is not working, we know that somebody should be responsible for that. We can search for liability, right? So that's why we have to have something similar also in the blockchain industry. There are legal remedies which we can use in a case that there is a dispute. There is an enforcement system, and there is also insolvency regulations in place. And there are some of the financial instruments which we use in a traditional financial market: fiat currency, securities, bonds, derivatives, debentures, and others. And now we look at the parallel world, which we call decentralized finance, or finance using blockchain technology, financial services providing through the blockchain technology, which is decentralized. There's no intermediaries, there's no banks inside, no correspondence banks, not central bank. It's a peer-to-peer relationship. It's based on digital ledger technology, blockchain. Also, somebody is saying that this industry is not regulated. It's not true. We are not living in a legal vacuum. Whichever country we go, there are a lot of the rules and regulations in place. Even there is no specific law about virtual asset to digital currency, there are a lot of other rules which we have to follow whatever business we would like to start to do. And there are also anti-money laundering, know your client policy has a very important role to play in blockchain services, in services provided on blockchain. Decentralized finance is very innovative. It's borderless. There's no physical borders in order to provide services. It's interoperable, and many of the DeFi projects are built on Ethereum dominant platforms. It's very transparent and traceable. And I want to also a little bit comment on this traceability. So it is so publicly open that in a blockchain you can trace and follow any transaction. Nobody can delete, nobody can modify once the transaction is completed. Registration and licensing, it is very different in each of the jurisdictions we will look at. In some jurisdictions we have very sophisticated and proper regulation for the industry, in some no. Already consumer protection, intellectual property protection, data protection, privacy protection, all these requirements are also observed and followed in the decentralized finance. So these are, as I mentioned, so the biggest difference when we talk about centralized finance and decentralized finance and how to bring these two parallel worlds together. So it's in decentralized finance, we see that this decentralization covers three main areas: risk-taking, decision-making, and record-keeping. So if we compare them, today we are also in a period when we see new trends. And today we're talking about centralized, decentralized finance, CDFI. But we try to also combine the best services and the best aspects of centralized finance with the decentralized finance. And we see that using this CD5, we can make transactions faster, we can improve security, there can be a larger transaction volume, and it's comparatively low fees. And on CD5 offers the same features of the decentralized finance as decentralized exchanges, liquidity aggregators, yield farming, and lending protocols. This is how it looks financial market today if we combine these two parallel worlds. Financial market, when we have traditional centralized finance, banks, stock exchanges, and this decentralized finance or on blockchain-based ecosystem, where also we can see centralized, decentralized part, and decentralized services. A little bit of the history. How the cryptocurrency and digital asset market was developed and which were very important points. And this is also from my, as a lawyer's perspective, when I talk about some of the historical development points. So 2009, as I mentioned already, is the launch of the Bitcoin. The first cryptocurrency was introduced. 2014, it was a very important moment when we experienced the collapse of the first exchange in Japan, NTGOX, and it was a lesson to be learned how much attention every project who wants to work on blockchain has to pay for cybersecurity and security of the technology itself. As I mentioned, it's a European Court of Justice ruling, which also brought some new perspectives and ideas what we have to encounter when we want to work on a blockchain. Then from 2014 till 2018, we talk about cryptocurrency when the market was somehow not so active and not so big moving on. 2015 is important date when the Ethereum was introduced, and actually then also after that we see 2017 is a year when in the market we start introducing new fundraising tools like initial coin offering. It's like a birth of ICOs. 2021, we see already that there is a 3 million market value of cryptocurrencies. So it's like very, very, very good growth. And the arrow at the end of the slide, which goes down, and unfortunately you can't see what is written, but there is written that 2022, May, July also came with some of the not so pleasant events, but a lot to be learned from them. It is collapse of Luna and Terra, collapse of Three Arrow Capital, and collapse of Celsius. Big market players, and also from legal perspective, this is something to be learned to avoid mistakes when we are building new projects and we are trying to come in the market with new ideas. Then I wanted also to mention some of these legal challenges within the market. So first of all, I thought that still very important challenge is to come up with a common understanding about the basic terminology. So the taxonomy of digital assets. So we are using all kinds of different terms. And in that context, I want to mention International Intergovernmental Organization Jimmy Droit, which is the Institute for Unification of Private Law in Rome, Italy. And I am the member of the governing council of this organization, elected from my government. And in this institution right now, we are working on a very challenging project. This is a soft law document, guidelines document, digital assets and private law. So India is also part of the organization. So the idea of this organization is to come up and to adopt international conventions and all kinds of legal instruments in order to help national legislators to come up with the new legislative acts, with new regulations in particular fields. And as to 2023, there is our aim to adopt this guidelines document about digital assets and taxonomy. Then I have some information which the presentation will be available on our website later, then you can have more information and read more about some kind of legal aspects. But of course I want to mention that from a legal perspective, United States of America is one of the countries which is also setting, a sample of the regulatory aspects to follow. And today there is still, some kind of battle between the United States, between some of the organizations who will be responsible for the digital market. Either it will be like Securities Exchange Commission, which tends to see that the cryptocurrency could be a security. Then we have that there is also Commodity Futures Trading Commission, which would like to see cryptocurrencies as commodities. So still we are following also those trends and how it impacts market as well. Switzerland is one of the countries also with very sophisticated regulation for cryptocurrencies, and since very beginning Switzerland was very open and to innovations and facilitated a lot for a lot of the blockchain projects. Japan also, I mentioned, Japan 2014 also experienced this big first collapse, and because of that, the legislators of Japan also put a lot of the effort to come with a very proper regulation. And today I think that Japan is also one of the flagman countries to follow if we want to see how to set up regulations for the digital assets. United Arab Emirates. I'm from Latvia, but last 3 years I live in Dubai. So my home and the place where I'm working is Dubai. And that's why I really followed all the initiatives of Dubai, and I'm happy and proud to be there because the government is very welcoming and very open to new ideas. And in a time of COVID and lockdowns, the country was open and invited, especially technology people, startups, to come to Dubai and to find a place where they can develop. And as we see also, July 18, 2022, Crown Prince of Dubai Hamdan bin Hamad bin Rashid Al Maktoum launched Dubai Metaverse Strategy with very, very ambitious goals to be reached. Multiple by 5 times the number of the blockchain and metaverse companies in the next 5 years, to have 40,000 virtual jobs on metaverse ecosystem, and to bring more than $4 billion to Dubai economy in next 5 years. So we see the ambitions are very big. And now we go to education and training. So I try to explain how important is something happened. How important is the market and industry in general. But of course we cannot move forward, we cannot be competitive, we cannot be professional if we will not look at the education. And what I think, what we are observing right now, if I look back to my experience, so I was learning by doing. Sometimes that's the only way to do it. But today we reach the point that there are, like me, already people and experts in the industry which have gathered our knowledge already. We have our experience, and it's time to share. It's time to look at the new generation of our colleagues which are interested and would like to join the industry. And now we have to also to train those people. We have to have this multidisciplinary approach. Then we have to look not only how to educate lawyers, software developers, or marketing people. We have to have this multidisciplinary approach when we talk that we can teach law plus technology, compliance plus technology, customers plus technology. Because as I told, the future is digital. Each profession needs to understand blockchain technology in order to be competitive in future. So, and also compliance. I would a little bit talk about compliance and importance of compliance within the industry, because many of misconceptions related to the blockchain and cryptocurrency saying that, this is a place where the illegal money can flow and can be used for different transactions. And I would like also to explain that it's not true anymore, that there is also a very sophisticated tools and possibilities how we can trace, how we can follow the rules of anti-money laundering policies, know your customer policies. And I would say that if we're comparing also with a traditional financial market, the compliance in digital market is more advanced. We are using more sophisticated, more tailored, specially made tools in order to know every transaction, to trace every transaction, to see, to screen every wallet which is coming into a blockchain ecosystem to deal and to commit transactions. In blockchain technology, we use a lot of third-party providers for anti-money laundering, and there are some of the market leaders I'm mentioning, Samsung, Chain Analysis, Confirm, and ShipiPro, which are very specially made tools in order to be top and to provide the compliance and transaction screening. So the goal of the blockchain and compliance technology is to protect the integrity and stability of the international financial system, cutting off the resources available to terrorists, and making it more difficult for those engaging in crime to profit from the criminal activities. This is a vision that is common for those who want to build proper projects in blockchain. And compliance, it means that it's compliant with the international standard developed and subsequently also fundamentally revised by the Financial Action Task Force. It's an international organization responsible for anti-money laundering. And anti-money laundering and combating the financing of terrorism policies for blockchain ecosystem is the way we have to go with every and each single project. And also know your customer policies. Need for training and education. So today, as I'm saying, there is an increased demand for lawyers and compliance officers within the industry. And that's why knowledge of the blockchain and digital assets is very important in technology. And there are not enough tools, resources, and educational platforms and overall awareness for this type of education. And the transition from traditional legal and compliance rules to the blockchain and digital aspects here today. So there you also will see diagram how many specific opportunities, professions are needed in blockchain ecosystem, and all of them are like with this multidisciplinary approach. Thank you for attention. So I tried to be very short, but it took quite a long time, and I will be happy to answer any question you might have later. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bebabu, for telling about a brief of all these informations. Thank you so much, and one more time, thank you so much for taking your time and joining with us today. Moving to the next speaker, it's going to be Graziella Tate from Australia, CEO of Health Economics and Health Tech, IWD Women of the Year 2020, Ambassador of IKAR Global Institute, 100 World Legends Trustee and Della Leaders, SIGA Mentor, former forensic psychologist of GDF UNAOC. A round of applause to Ms. Graziella Tate. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, and thank you to everyone for your wonderful attention. I've just got to first address all of you and to say how amazing it is that you've actually held your attention for this span of time. My job is to be a bit of the sweeper. So I'm going to come in here and I'm going to tell you a little bit about how this is going to be so utilizable for your students, how to make decisions to both involve blockchain education in your universities. And I had a wonderful, wonderful conversation when I came in about the usability of blockchain around the UN SDGs. So first and foremost, I want to say a humble, warm welcome to everyone for making their time here. And I would like to also acknowledge the importance of all of you who are sitting at the back of the room, because you're building our future. And like you, I'm an educator, and believe it or not, she actually forgot a couple of my titles. So I'm CEO of the Optimization Hub. I'm also the UN Secretary General for Australasia to ICPG for Africa. And I'm very, very much invested in the development of our BRIC nations. But here's something you don't know about me. I was born in India. I'm 52 years old, and I'm very, very happy to be here. In fact, it feels quite emotional to stand here in front of all of you today. I'm very passionate at my age and stage of life at looking at how we can develop our nation. I equally hope that you're going to get something from my presentation to both inform you that just like I'm standing up here and creating a pattern, when you're teaching blockchain and you're looking at the utilizability of blockchain, you're not only looking at financial literacy, you're looking at socio-emotional literacy. You're looking at the literacy that now exists before us and how important it is, as you saw one of our founders, Sam Lee, tell us that there is going to be an education available for intermediate students. There is going to be an education available for our youth. Why is this important? Why do we need to know about it? What's important about today? As decision makers and looking at our future, you cannot afford to lag behind. You have to now access what tomorrow's technology is going to provide us with, because tomorrow's technology exists today. I've spoken in over 36 countries in the last year on the importance of technology and the importance of education for our youth. So, without further ado, I'm going to flick through these. This is a little bit of the brands that I've gotten to work with over the years, and they look a little bit awe-inspiring, but be aware that as we traverse through the past, we learn about the future. The most important asset we have is education, and I'm addressing today, very humbly, a population of educators who know the relevance to India. We know that our nation is the largest English-speaking nation in the world. It also respects education. If we're going to take ourselves a little bit further, and I'm so sorry the bottom of my slide is not something that you can see, and I don't intend to read from it, but I hopefully will cover everything you can't see and you'll have access to this through Shakti. The impact of what lies ahead requires a bit of a forensic analysis of where we've come from. It's equally important for us to understand the psychological construct of blockchain, that every day we create a pattern. Blockchain used by IBM allowed us to find out how food technology was able to be tracked and traced and to be able to tell us about where disruption and corruption occurred in the food chain. Blockchain is not just a financial technology, it's a technology for everything we do today. It is so important for us to catch up. Here in India, we're amidst a population that in 2030 is going to lead the world if we take hold of this today. If we look at the government and we look at what's actually happening and government regulation and we appreciate the solutions that stand ahead of us, what we need to be doing is accessing how quickly and easily we can inform our younger generations of how they can utilize this technology to solve the world's problems. We can solve problems by learning patterns. This is a one-to-one pattern that we can understand. It's free. Everyone has a phone. I let my age slip. I'm 52. Remember brick telephones? Well, now a telephone follows us around. We know that 93% of us here in India has access to a smartphone. That means that we can educate, learn, and utilize these technologies at a fingertip. Wealth distribution has been unequal in the past. It's time to change that. It's time for our country here and the BRIC nations to lead. It's important for us to examine the relevance of what we're doing in our blockchain university. It is going to change where the construction of education that's being demanded by our population of youth needs to go from today. And I'm so very aware that this afternoon we're going to be judging pitches. So I've got a slide there that you can share with your students around how important it's going to be for us to see where the future is going to go. If we look at our platform and its utilizability, a learning management system is patterns. It's about pattern learning. It locks into the back of your university education system, and it provides today's technology for tomorrow's leaders. We're responsible for those leaders. It's equally important for us to walk alongside all levels and know that the social emotional impact so invested in by India is going to be leading us even further. If we don't take the bull by the horns, if we don't educate today, our emotional literacy will fall down, and we can't afford for that to happen. So social emotional change is going to come with a challenge. Now think about technology, and I hope I can educate you as well as educate as much as I can on this. Our social emotional literacy occurs in patterns. Technology teaches us a way to learn in a systemized fabric. Therefore, we are teaching our young people tools that are going to make them better human beings. India needs a sustainable future. It requires us to do the heavy lifting now. It's so very important and so very relevant that we don't sit and wait any longer. And I know the conversations that we have inside our own minds are about application and employability. As you can see, one of my learner colleagues talked about the industry itself and employability. But here's the thing. If we don't catch up and we don't educate today, we're not going to have an educated young population who are employable anywhere in the world. Because literacy through blockchain is going to allow them to attend to any career and be accessible and employable. This is a team that I get to lead in health technology, and we're invested in an onboarding and offboarding system for universities to ensure that not only are our university students coming into a university and learning the fabric of this education, but they're able to apply it as soon as they leave. We all know it's easy to learn something, but it's also easy to forget it. We have to apply it, and we have to apply it immediately, and we have to be confident to apply it. So, like anything else, we also need to make sure that we're cleaning ourselves out as we're learning blockchain technology. Now, it's fascinating to me. In my past career and in forensic psychology, I've broken a number of glass ceilings. I started my career working in forensics, working in maximum security jails. I taught leadership to 26 multinationals. I led 2 global mergers. I was able to achieve many things, not because I sought out to get a title, but because I was passionate about what I was doing. And I was also clear in my mind about how I was going to apply what I'd learned. Equally, when we learn blockchain technology, we have to have clarity. We have to know where we're going to apply it, how we're going to apply it, and how we're solving a problem. We also need to be clear that human emotions are going to be the one fabric that gets in the way of how we future-proof any kind of application of technology. So we have to teach emotional literacy as we work alongside. Decentralized speed is what's attractive about blockchain. And I hope that you're going to take this opportunity while we're here to really ask us the questions of how you can utilize this and where your young people can go to. Human needs are what we're here to solve. Everything exists to serve humanity. So we have to get to work on how we use blockchain not only as decentralized finance, but also to solve the UN SDGs. How patterns teach us how we can prolifically solve global problems. Here's an example of one of our programs, and you can see the service line, and unfortunately the service line is disappearing down the base there. Again, I'll share it with you. I'm actually blockchain standing before you. I'm a pattern. I exist in the metaverse because everything I do as a human being has a record stamp on it. So everything that I spend money on, everything that I do, this is how blockchain works. It's about repeatable patterns. So we need to encourage our young people to utilize those patterns to solve problems. We need to teach them self-management so that they're able to manage what they create. I sit on 2 investment boards, and it's not just about going out there to make money and have a business and be employable. It's about how we apply ourselves and a clean identity to the way we're going to grow as leaders in this industry and utilize this industry to take us much further and to evolve. The starting line is employment. It's very important to be employable, and it's very important to ensure that we know what that picture is going to look like. We can't be scared any longer of what that will determine for us, because our young people will tell us. The past is a barometer of the future, and so too is it a barometer of our mistakes and our errors. So we need to get ahead and future-proof the way we're teaching this. This is what we can do for you in our university online. We can also ensure that you backwards plan in your universities. We can future-proof what you're doing. It's equally important when you look at investability and you look at where India can go to, you see this concept as the #1 leading education that's going to be required by all of us. If we look at the opportunity, the momentum, and the context, momentum is everything. And when we make a decision and we utilize this type of construction, our young people are learning about momentum technology. And momentum technology is what we're deciding upon. So when we educate, we have to lock it into everything else we're doing in our universities. The context itself exists really so that we can have a quantum analysis of where we're heading to. So I know that we've been sitting still, and I'm not going to take us much longer. I'm known as the sweeper, as I said. So I'm here to summarize where we've been today. Where we've been today is we've examined where the inception of this technology first began and how amazing it was that we saw our human brain as a pattern that we could go out there and apply, and we could do something with that would allow us to have immediacy and not have to wait for things to happen. We also know that the pitches this afternoon are going to be reliant upon application to solving problems. For us to go there, we have to look at our human loading and our human needs and that bearing. Speed and momentum also strains us a little bit in our minds. So we have to become prepared for working in an agile environment and to clean out the way we make that decision. And as much as we have an ego-less environment, we apply human ego to everything. So in order to make good use of blockchain technology, we also have to look at where the patterns can be utilized and how they can be accessed and delivered in the best form for us to be able to take this further. Without an ego-driven, it's got to be about me, it's got to be about what blockchain serves. So the trends for students are sitting up there, and this is a little bit of what the data is showing us. There's an improvement in our students' pro-social behavior and their emotional adjustments when they're learning blockchain technology, because it also teaches them a way of thinking. There's an increase in attitude about self-acceptance, but also about control, education, and choice. There's a reduction in problem-solving behaviors. Aren't these really nice, kind of, adjacent, hey, we get this as well, but wait, there's more? A reduction in emotional distress because we're teaching a little bit around this blockchain technology around social literacy, and an increase in standardized achievement outcomes to other problems they're trying to solve. So this is going to see them doing well across their entire university career. An increase in their emotional skills and emotional relevance, and a decrease in breaches around misunderstandings of how to apply both financial literacy and other tools, because we want to clean that system out. We know that the UN, and I'm going to be finishing here, has taken it upon itself to set up these SDGs, and we know that it's been very important to us as a world to be able to deliver to this. We also know that you've had a recent visit by Her Majesty Queen Maxima, who's come through at the end of August to ensure that when, very rightly, we in India take up the mantle this year in Indonesia, and we take on the leadership around both financial literacy and technology, that we know what we're embracing. So the time is now. The time for us is now. The time for our population is now. And I stand very humbly in front of you, and there's so much more I could share with you. I've got 50 different models and various things that you can talk to Shakti and Sam about that you can access through what we do. But it's so very important for you today to access us and for us to be able to provide you with the best in the next few days. So I humbly thank you for both your time, for your attention, and to the way that we're going to help you leap ahead a little bit. There's some key takeaways there about Meditech, and again, this presentation is there for you to take away. And I do hope that beyond what we do today, this is going to see your students leading the future.
Thank you so much, Ms. Graziolati. Moving to the final speaker of the morning session, we have Mr. Shakti Vishakan Rajaguru from India, currently at UAE, co-founder of First Academy of Blockchain Council, 25 plus years of experience in IT employment and education in 12 countries covering 4 continents, blockchain startup enabler, cybersecurity advisor to the government of Dubai. A round of applause to Mr. Shakti Vishakan Rajaguru. Over to you, sir.
So
quickly I will go through. So next is we have the MOU signing session. So I'll quickly run down the presentation, so which I covered during the introduction. So thank you so much for all the speakers who covered the topic. So the whole objective of this launch is to cover the 10,000 students who have registered, who hardly know what FABC is, other than some set of individuals and experts who are coming together with a narrative. I thank the 10,000 registered students who are willing to take this journey with us. The second one is the set of TPOs who have already looked at us as somebody to partner with in terms of not only educating the students but also to get their internship and also their employment in the advanced future tech and the high-paying industry across the globe. And third is the enterprises who have already given the mandate for us to go solicit resources, especially in 5 different countries, starting with India. And we chose 2 states. One already, Telangana is the next scheduled partnership for us, and starting with Tamil Nadu and the colleges here. And the second one is we are doing it with United Arab Emirates and covering the UAE nationals and some part of Arabic populace as a part of Arab Coders initiative of the government. Third is Egypt. So we are going to cover extensive university partnership with them in terms of making it an Arabic population as part of the skill building. And the fourth is to cover in Brazil, that is in November. So the similar activity we are going to bring a couple of universities to cover during the second week in November. And the final leg, we would like to pick one of the Spanish speaking combination of people, which is what Beba was talking. So we need the combination of skills, we call the dualistic learning, skill tech plus one functional area. Also we wanted to embed with one linguistic component, so that really we have a diverse crowd with us as the skill building proposal we have for the October gathering for all the demand of different blockchain companies. Already I think Baiba she has covered the list of companies in UAE, and UAE is turning to be one of the blockchain capital of the world. So we would like to build a skill ecosystem before we go and connect with these job mandates we have. So what we are having, we have 2 design in FABC. One is pertaining to the technology or the platform, which will start with in terms of finding the talent where 10,000 people are onboarded. Next, the journey is take them through the learning process. Some of them are completely free of cost program, completely the student can finish the certification. And the certification is like this. Completion is not just evaluated by us. That's going to be a major area that I teach and I evaluate doesn't work. So we educate, and some neutral world standard is going to look at us and say, hey, this is the skill level and this is the skill need to be improved. So we trust on our partners, IMOCA, who we will be signing next. So they will be playing a critical role in terms of our strategy of covering the masses in our program to make it much more quality output which take from the masses. And the 4th step is these students go through our internship, both in terms of given project or experiential component, or straight away deployed in some part of the project outside. And once they are given this journey of a typical employment, that's called 2.0 skill building or an employment journey. But that's not the exciting story. There are plenty in the market to do this, what they have been doing it all the years. So, but we want to do it from the ground. So we wanted to put our experience and our expertise of blockchain, put together one concentrated skill development, that one we are brutally strong on our technology, then we are very strong on the fundamentals on the HR domain specialization. So we are able to take these skilled resources to the market. But that's not the case. So we have in a CV there are 2 combinations which are available. One is a 2.0 journey, somebody takes in till December. So then we convert the person into a skill into an asset, and each of the CV in the platform will have an NFT component where the student, by progressing right from the project, first is your validation of their academic documents from the mark sheet from the first year to the last year. Then the projects what they do, it's very serious years unlike before because it's get recorded, immutable, we cannot make a change. So currently what is the CV? The CV is something which is customized for any interview. Today I have an entry for full stack, I have a CV. Tomorrow Java, I have another CV. I'm going for a call center job, I have another CV. So that means CV is no more the valid document. That is why a 120 billion evaluating company called staffing company which operate in between. Doing what? Doing 90% rejection rate. So that means they are not successful in converting a CV into a valid selection. I wanted to pick a plumber or an electrician, I don't need to go into the CV. I just ask him to go and touch my most critical component in my house. But I wanted to just make them to do a small program on my website. I asked them to give their CV, run 2 rounds of interview before I reject. How much is the rejection? 90% rejection. So it's a very fundamental problem for 120 billion industry, which is a staffing industry. How do we solve that? I'm not looking at a 5% success rate or a 10% success rate. Itself is a magic now. What if we attempt to make another 20-30% change? So that is exactly, so that is what we are trying to do that in terms of creating a community. A community is an expert and community is the watchdog also. So what it means, so whatever you are going to say, you will have a silicon traceability. That means there is a footprint which is going to be tracked in. So when your CV is a CV that you cannot tamper it again. So your skill is there, it is recorded. So what it gives, that brings a lot of authenticity for an industry which is being dominating and which is going to dominate also. Why? Because we are in the supply chain, these, the TPOs who are here and the academicians who are we are the supply chain for the real business. Previously we have technology which is some support function. We call EDPs in the earlier days when I passed out in 97. Then we moved the technology into a from support to business assisting function. Okay, they help you. We call functional support. There is a functional department. IT become a functional department. Then IT become a business function. That means it starts integrating and driving business. Then IT become, if let's say, give an example, take a bank. What was a bank before? The huge infrastructure is called a bank. Because my dad is a banker, so I know what a bank means. The huge assets and huge infrastructure was called a bank with lot of files and people moving it. Then they brought a little bit of computerization. Then they brought some amount of, you go to one bank, you can handle anywhere your bank transaction. Then we started going to ATM and start transacting. Then from ATM we start transacting in our mobile. So what it has become, a piece of code has become a bank now. So what IT has become, so it's just, the bank in itself is just a piece of code in the swipe what you're doing the transaction. But that's not the end. It didn't stop. First time IT has become money. That's what the blockchain is all about. So it didn't stop with a piece of code becoming a bank. So they're starting money itself. So that's the industry we represent and that's the skill we wanted to engage with. And that's what we call the next gold rush which I engaged with. So it cannot be done by any silos. University cannot operate. Enterprises cannot operate in silos. Government cannot operate on silos unless we form a consortium, we form a community, and community drives not on the pyramid model. So it has to be a social media model. That means it self-regulates it and it beautifully governs it. So that's how it is going to work. That's what our platform is, what we are building in. So that is exactly the equity. The first aspect which I touch is called integrity, which is the key missing element for this 120 billion industry called staffing industry. So we want to touch on the next gold rush, but we want to bring the integrity and no other way other than blockchain which we can ensure that. That's our starting point. And number 2 is the opportunity. And we know there's plenty of opportunity which is going to flow, and how do we combine this integrity element into the opportunity and then convert the skill out of it. And the skill, currently it's owned by nobody. Today you come to a 25-year-old staffing company, I can give the same CV against me starting one more company, put a 10 by 10 office, I can also give the same CV. We are all fishing in the same pond. Nobody wants the skill, nobody wants the CV. Can anybody vouch for it? No, I can't vouch. Is the individual can vouch? No, because he doesn't update the CV. He updates the CV based on the demand of the interviews or the career change what he is compelled to. So that means there is no real-time evaluation of a skill. There is no real-time human ID changing in itself. So I change in my life cycle based on how I progress, but in my career there is no traction. Like student, then I get a job, I become a professional, get married, husband, then have a daughter, become a father. So there is a very clear distinction when it comes to my human ID. But what happens to a skill ID? There is nothing distinctive about a skill ID, how the person transforms. So that's exactly what we wanted to bring in terms of a skill. There is a human ID component which we want to track how the person progresses, which is very easy, transferable, what 2.2 generally does. For a skill ID, yeah, it needs more energy back into it. So that's where our expertise is going to come in. And that's why we've called that it's one community. It's typical universe model. It's not something we are inventing. We're just going back to the basics and make it very simple. And that's the first effort. And how was our success? The 10,000 registration shows how the simplicity works. Instead of us doing a mega gala advertising even to attract 10,000, it's just a stealth mode. We just operated what we wanted, and already the community is responding. Okay, just we give these people, you just interview them, you take them, or if they are not good, you train them. If they still not good, put them under the community, let them handle them. So it becomes very simple transaction. That's the result what we saw. Yeah, next one. Okay, sorry. What exactly what we do, we become slightly, we want to bring the little functionality into it, because our expertise is there, because we know the staffing industry, our average rejection rate is 90%, which is terrible for an industry to have, and so we can be improved. That's where we come in, and how we choose one technology from a supply chain end to end. That's when we can show result. So we remain focused on this area, and the council is going to be for and by the community itself. The one leaders, it's not like Sam or Shakti is going to drive this. It's people from this community is going to drive this. And that's the beauty of the design what we are creating. And there are going to be many champions who will come and shoulder this initiative. And that's the beauty of what we are building in FEBC. And that's what is covered down. These are the entire stakeholders in the community, right from skills, which belong to the individual who is developing it, subject matter experts, like we have specialized people who come in, and then we have governments of different countries. Already we saw 2 representation. Soon you will see 5 more country representation coming in, and like as Sam was explaining, we are talking about more than 10 to 15 countries to come together to get what we wanted in terms of a skill development. And then enterprises, incumbents, entrepreneurs, and then educators, the entire ecosystem is going to come together. I'm not talking a story which is going to happen in next 24 months. I'm talking a story which is going to happen in next 2 months. And that is exactly the speed in which, because I think very fond, I think both Karan and Sam used to say, man, it's crypto speed. So I have to catch up with their speed in terms of how fast we can get this journey on. And so these are the opportunities in terms of the statistics of pure numerical, why I say it's a gold rush. Why it's going to be the next big demand for job. So these are the statistics which I believe it's a $1 trillion economy, and the demand of people, nobody has an estimate in terms of how many people are required. So what it means, somebody has to work from the scratch, somebody has to put the infrastructure and do, and we are ready to do, and we are committed to do. That's why we stand here in front of you. So we split this into 2 parts. There is a supply side and demand side. Supply side is the ecosystem which is here, and this is the first unit for first unity among us, that we call the total one. So one is we build the community, get the learning on, and come out with the skills which is required for it. Second is the demand aspect, form a council, build a platform, and roll it into the communities so that it embraces the number of people required to execute the projects and becomes very social media based. What is social media? Nobody decides anything, but they are the most powerful in terms of how they wanted to run the day. So it's a simple social media model. It's going to be very, it's not like I trigger something, it has to go in linear model. It doesn't work like that. So I drop something, this ball can trigger anything and it will go far, but it is going to go in the fastest way. We have already seen in this event. So the first event, which fortunate enough for us to have you here as a part of the first supply event. The 10,000 students become the first supply. The set of TPOs who come will educate us how do we engage these 10,000 students, becomes the first supply event, and the colleges and the partners which we have like IMOCA will help us how to shape this supply in the most desirable form where the demand consumes it. So what we try to become, we become the skill exchange. Today can somebody say how many number of Java resources in the world and what is the average rate? And this is a 25-year-old industry. Can somebody say a rate? Because nobody can't. Because it's so volatile that we can even commoditize anything and we can fix a price. But we cannot talk to the most premium skill and knowledge. In the knowledge economy, the skill is the gold. So when we don't know the price, that means nobody controls anything in this. So that's exactly we wanted to combine both and make more simplicity in the way skills are consumed by the industry. So which will be very helpful for the placement officers in terms of how they look at the demand for their students. At the time of enrollment towards the time of completion, that's the story what we want. And this is the hierarchy which I was explaining. And already I was talking the features of our design, and everything is platform driven, and it's all technology is going to drive. And these are all the participants which I explained in sequence. Yeah. So various partners we try to keep adding. Yeah. The very important aspect for us is the first of the launch which we are doing in Chennai. And then it will flow down to various other programs which I was talking, the launching of Skill Talent International. The set of students who go through will get part of our October launch there. And some of them get directly placed before it, or some of them have to go through the program before it. So that's going to happen. And the learners exercise continuously going to be engaged in our community. And this is exactly various ecosystem we are trying to bring, negotiate, get on board based on each of their problem in terms of skill development. Yeah. I look forward to your support and embraces. Thank you so much for the time today.
Thank you so much, sir. Now it's time to sign the MOUs with the partners.
Shall I call the partners on stage?
Partners, which we strongly believe that, so because it's a community and it's going to be a consortium model. So we are planning one set of student onboarding. This exercise is done. Second is the TPOs to understand what we attempt to do. So which is what the second agenda is. The third agenda is to have the MOUs done so that we move ahead in a very structured fashion. This is not some presentations which is going on, but real execution. We are moving ahead from the planning stage and preparation stage to execution now. So there are some key MOUs which we are signing as a part of our partnership to go, because already the batches are onboarded. So what it means, we are supposed to get on to execution from tomorrow morning. So that's the speed in which it has operated. So in that case, we would like to proceed with some of the MOUs which we designed, one at the academic level, second as the technology partners, and the skill enablement partnership level. So we would like to call upon our partners one by one so that our co-partner will be part of it to execute the MOU.
On stage, Director of Panimalar Institution, to sign the MOU. Welcome, sir.
Welcome.
Can we have Vice President of Kalasalingam University, Dr. S. Sashi Anand?
One by one. Yeah, we'll go one by one. Yeah.
Thank you for trusting us and joining with us, sir. Thank you.
Sir. Sir.
Director S. Sashi Anand. Welcome, sir. Next, I would like to welcome Principal of Power Institutions. Welcome, sir. Thank you, sir. Next, I would like to call Placement Officer of Mahalakshmi from Mabel Finney, Infoscient. Welcome, ma'am. Miss Mabel Finney and Miss Mahalakshmi from Infoscient. Thank you, ma'am. It's now time. Congratulations, ma'am. It's so lovely to have you as a speaker and also to join hands as one of our partnership. Thank you, ma'am. partner who is going to sign MOU and start a project with us. Thank you so much, sir. A round of applause to Mr. Amit B. Mishra from IMOCA. Our speakers and guest of honors. I would like to welcome Dr. C. Shakti Kumar, Director of Panimalar Institution on stage to honor our speaker Sam Lee. I welcome Dr. C. Shakti Kumar to honor our speaker of today, Mr. Sam Lee. A round of applause to our eminent speaker. Pleasure to have you today, Mr. Samli. Thank you so much for coming all the way from Australia. Thank you. Thank you. I now invite Mr. Amit B. Mishra from IMOCA to honor Mr. Adam Roosevelt. Welcome, sir. To have Mr. Amit B. Mishra to honor Ms. Beba Broka. Of IMOCA for starting the project with us, sir. Thank you. It's time to honor Ms. Padmaja from SMI Technology. I request Dr. S. Sashianand to do the honors. Dr. S. Sashianand. You got it right, sir. It's going to be the way. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now it's time to honor Ms. Mabel Femi and Ms. Mahalakshmi from Infusion. And to felicitate them, I request Dr. C. Shakti Kumar to do the honors. Welcome, ma'am. Dr. S. Sashianand to do the honors.
Next, add a group, sir.
Mr. Sam Lee to honor Mr. Adam Roosevelt. Mansoori, Executive Chairman of MPN Properties, Abu Dhabi, our special guest of the event. Welcome, sir. I request Mr. Samli, Dr. Sashi Anand and Mr. Shakti to honor him. Partners of FABC India on stage. Can we have Mr. Nishant Mishra and Mr. Rahul Srivastava? Thank you so much for being our partners, sir. And to honor them, I request Mr. Khalid Al-Mansoori to honor Mr. Nishant Mishra and Mr. Rahul Srivastava. Thank you, sir. You can take your seat. Thank you. Next, I would like to request Mr. Shakti Visakan and Mr. Samli to honor Mr. Kumar Gaurav.
Technologies to come to the diagnosis, please.
I request Mr. Samli to honor Mr. Shahul Hamid. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. I request you all to please take your seats. Thank you. So, I think it has been a great session so far. Thank you so much to all our participants as well. So now it's time for lunch. We are going for a lunch break. So we'll be back with the students' presentation as the second part of the session. So I request you all to please have your lunch and be back here. Presentation to all the speakers here. We have a pitch connect for you all. So we have Mr. Prakash, founder and CEO of Mirar. Mirar is an augmented reality and metaverse startup based in Chennai. So he is here to showcase all his products and to talk about metaverse. So over to you, all the speakers. Yes, Mr. Prakash, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Prakash, founder and CEO of Mirror. So basically, we are into augmented reality and metaverse. The problem that we are trying to solve here is how the shopping currently, what we are doing, and how it can be changed in the future. So basically, when we take the current online shopping experience, when we shop for jewelry, apparel, sunglasses, or wristwatches, the current medium of the online shopping experience is limited to only the screens that we have. In the sense, we are limited to the flat screens, and as well as we are actually limiting our ability to connect with the digital world. And basically, whenever we shop on these kind of products, how it looks on me is a basic question that comes up. And that has not been solved in the current market that we are into. So on the other side, when we look at the physical products that we are shopping for our home or to the offices, so the basic question is that how it looks or how it fits in my space. And on the other side, we are not able to get the real retail experience, whatever we do and go to a shop and then shop it. So the physical shopping experience is actually missing in the digital commerce that we are into. So at Mirror, what we are trying to do is we are creating a digital try-on experience. It is real and live, where you can have your camera switched on and you can wear products on you. And we have built a spatial AR engine where you can digitally interact with the product in the real world. So here you're going to see a sofa where you can change the color, the textures, and experience it. And we have a metaverse shopping platform where you can digitally get into a store and shop online in metaverse. So here are some other examples where you can physically interact with the product. So one is air purifier, where we work with a client, and this is a demo of an Audi car where you can place it in your space, and actually you can interact with the car in terms of opening the door, how it looks in your space, and all these things that you can really interact with. So basically, what we're trying to build as a solution is the buy before experience when you buy it online. So this is a solution that we have built, and it is going to give the customers a very quick and decision-making points where they can do it at their comfort. And on the other side, for the businesses, it is going to increase the dwell time and increase the customer engagement. And further to this, it is going to lead to increase in sales and reduce returns. So this is the platform overview, where we have these industry segments, and we are trying to build a omni-channel commerce experience as well. And apart from this, the solution that we're building works on multiple platforms, be it a mobile, be it a desktop, or be it a headgear like Oculus or even GeoGlass. And we are trying to partner with GeoGlass, and our solution is live on GeoGlass platform right now. So here are some of our products. Where we have built a developer platform where anybody can sign up, and this is basically a SaaS platform. You can self-sign up and build the experience that I've shown you by yourself. We have a SDK using which you can create the experiences by yourself. So these are some of the experiences that you can build, detecting the neck, ear, wrist, or the eye ear. So basically, like again on the hand detection part, like you can build bracelet, rings, and apparel, and on the head. So and next to that is like we have in-store experience application that is basically a in-store application that could be on an iPad or a TV. So we also have a platform named Simply Sell, where this is a horizontal experience platform that covers all the experiences that I've shown you. And we have an offline spatial AR product named Visualizer, and it is going to enable the salespersons on the field where they don't have to rely on internet connectivity. And this is the Metaverse Commerce platform that we have. Basically, like, this is running on the Geo platform. So here's the team. So myself, I have about 18 years of IT experience, and we have Anuja Prakash, who is the co-founder and CEO, and Raj is the CTO. So overall, like we have bigger vision in terms of blending this digital into humans. So that's one of our bigger vision that we have. And currently, we are on a mission to democratize the access of extended reality to everybody. So basically, building communities in terms of developers, and on the other side, in terms of enterprises to get onboarded to the platform. So here are some of our awards and accolades. So basically, like, we want to build for Metaverse challenge run by Atal Innovation Mission. And we have been recently recognized as one of the top 10 startups to work in Chennai. And we are one of the winners of VTEX, an enterprise e-commerce platform. And so that's all. Yeah. Thanks for your time, and would be happy to answer if you have any questions.
They are in the pilot stage right now.
So you wanted to build this as an engineering company that will build the technology, sell it to the bigger players in this phygital area, or a retail company, but they wanted to give a physical, real experience. Is that, or you want to go to the B2B, B2C and compete against them?
No, we are not going to be in the B2C space.
Okay.
So basically, like, we are going to support the businesses to use the technology. Is that the question?
Yeah, I just want to know where are you trying to sell your, you want to remain as a tech company, or?
So we are in the pure tech play, like we are not going to be a kind. So there is a huge lack in the skill. That is something that we have to admit. And as a startup, the cost when we speak the experienced candidate. And what we have done is we have built mostly the team as fresh engineers. So, and we do see there is a lack of, and more like platforms like you could be a good enabler even for us, like where we wanted to get into the blockchain. So right now we're building on the other side of the whole ecosystem. So, and we want to connect this back into the blockchain technology. So this is where we see like there could be a good connect. And especially when it comes back to the skill, and we see there is a bigger gap in the skill.
Okay, so understood. The one last, various boxes of your technology. So which one you consider as a flagship and you would like to rate among all yours the highest market potential or greatest of your innovation?
So I feel like the spatial AR combined with the metaverse. Like what we are trying to do is we are trying to collage everything into metaverse as a spatial kind of offering where you want to get into the virtual try-on, you go for it, and if you want to get into spatial AR, you go for it. Combinedly, we can give all the experiences holistically.
In one shot, yeah.
So that is what we have done right now.
Okay.
Okay. And further to this, we are accelerating this with AI avatars and to have what do you call like the integration of AI into metaverse is where we see a bigger area to venture in, bigger market, and that is where we are actually working on right now.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
I'm so sorry, I am reading you all with very sweet and long readings. Actually, a project it is called Medicamento. It is an electronic health monitoring system, so let me take you deep inside it. See, actually a project, we are calling it Medicamento because Medicamento is the Greek word for medicine. Since this is an electronic health record system, we thought it would be more nice to name it as Medicamento. Key issues like the privacy issues. Information asymmetry is something in which only the particular person, only one party will have privileged access to a particular information and the rest of the people will not have the same access to that particular information. And when it comes to privacy issues, the patients they don't usually want all the others to look at their information, right? Only the doctors will have access to it. So we have designed the system so that it will overcome all the privacy issues in it. Next. So the problem system, the problem statement, we have decided this, we have designed the software that it will overcome all the consistency constraints and all the problems which the normal EHR softwares are facing.
And the aim to implement the blockchain technology for EHR and to give the all medical data to the patients and scalability problems occur in blockchain. So we used off-chain decentralized storage for store the data of the information.
See, normally when it comes to data, anyone can they can authorize it, they can just access it without the permission of the user, right? Anyone can decipher the data and anyone can misuse your data, right? So we have actually used a technology called off-chain decentralization, in which your data will be stored not at a specific place, but it will be stored in an off-chain like structure so that no one can decipher your data. It will be very secure. And proposed solution which we have for overcoming the problems is one is improved services. We have designed this using the Hyperledger framework with which we can easily overcome the problem of interoperability, and there won't be any single point of failure since we don't have a decentralized system. We don't have a centralized system. We have simply distributed the data to lots of sources. So there won't be a single point of failure. If a single point has a failure, you can retrieve the data from any place. And the next is remote healthcare. Since we don't have a specific place for storing the data can be accessed from anywhere. The patient, they will be having a master key to which they have access to the data and the things that they have stored in the system.
And justification of STJ, the proper STJ's goal is goal number 3, is a good health and well-being.
Actually, we have 3 problems with the current EHR systems. One is interoperability. It is more like a technique in which 2 systems will exchange data and they'll make use of it. That is the first problem. And secondly, information asymmetry in which only one party will have more access to a specific data, whereas the others, they won't have access. The good example for this is, this happens a lot in India. In case of pregnancies, only the doctors, they will know if the child is a boy or a girl. In India, it happens a lot, not everyone will have access to it. And even if they give you the medical records in your hands, you cannot disguise if it is a girl or a boy, right? Because we don't know the medical terms, it is more like a jargon to us. We can actually overcome this issue with the Hyperledger technology. And the next thing is data breaches. People cannot have unauthorized access when it comes to the healthcare system that we design. So this is the overall system workflow which we have designed. First, the patient, he will visit the hospital and the doctors, they will verify his ID, and the patient will be diagnosed with whatever health concern that he has, and a medical record will be generated, and we'll be verifying the data, and the data will be encrypted with a master key, that is public key, and they'll get a signature from the doctor, and it will be uploaded to the interplanetary file system, and it will be uploaded to the blockchain transaction.
And how data stored in our system, doctor diagnoses and upload the data into IPFS, and file will get jumped and stored in the IPFS, and file entry will be added as a key to distributed hash table, and implementer of the file can be implemented by pinning, and IFS turns hash of the file, build the vision system on the top of the IPFS.
So this is a technology which we actually use. And this first, the sender, they'll create an asymmetric key pair. It will have two keys, one is a private and a public key. Both will act, anyone can access to both the private and public key. One of the person who has the private key will have the encryption data, and it will send it to the Hyperledger blockchain. And here there is no place for proxies, because only the people who have actual access to the specific data will be identified, and all the other people, they will be denied access. Actually, the reason why we go for blockchain when we have so many technologies is that blockchain has the capacity to identify theft. It has the immutable capacity to identify if the data is, if it is correct. It has hash values, and it has many inbuilt technologies to identify if it is 100% perfect, if it is the right data, and the right data will be received by the receiver. This is how our website looks. So I'm concluding with it. The normal EHR systems, they have many constraints like interoperability, privacy issues, and many more things too. But since we have included more technologies into it, we have overcome the three issues which were faced by the normal EHR systems. And I think people can use medical method than using the normal EHR systems. Thank you.
And the third team will be Team ACI. I request the team to please come and wait near the console. Thank you. Hello. All you need is a small idea and a big confidence to build a business. So here we have come up with an idea that we believe that it will take to a higher place. Good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Jayashree. My team members are Roshna, Sandhya, Selena. At this moment, I thank my guide, Mr. R. Suresh, for his continuous support. Now coming to our product, it's named Jiffy. That occurs in a short time is Jiffy. Nowadays, many people started business over internet and sell their goods over internet. And while surfing the phones also, we usually come across many online shopping websites, and they provide products at a low rate. The major problem here is to make customer believe that the website is not a scam and it is the original website they provide the products. For example, the problem is the customer orders and pays for the product they ordered, but the question is, will the product will be delivered or not? For the seller side, if cash on delivery option is available by the customer, if there is nobody to receive these products, then there will be a loss in the shipping charge. Thus, the trust between those sellers and buyers is a great downfall when it comes to the small scale businesses. So we have come up with a solution and using blockchain technology, and we have also developed a minimum viable product.
Thank you, Jayashree. I am Roshna. I am here to give the solution of our product. So, holding the money paid from the seller until the product gets delivered to avoid scams. Ensure order from the small business website sellers, that is fake orders, and this ensures smooth proceeding between the buyer and seller. How this is going to happen is, let me give an insight of the problem. So, in India, we have large business shopping websites and small business shopping websites. So compared to small business shopping websites, large business shopping websites are more successful, like Flipkart and Amazon. So the main reason why it is very successful here is they afford cash on delivery, while the small business shopping websites are not affording cash on delivery. For some reasons, why is for small business shopping website holders, they are not providing cash on delivery, only the banking payments, because when the customers on the receiver side sometimes order the product, and on the other side the customers is not there. So when they send the product on the receiver side, there is no one there, so they are facing a lot of loss because of the delivery charges. So they are not providing the cash on delivery, only banking payment they are affording. While on the customer side, customers are not ordering because they are afraid of these scams. Many of the small business shopping websites are prone to scams. So they order the product with a banking payment, but they are not receiving any order. So because of this, they are not ordering. So because of this, small business shopping websites are facing a great downfall. So to eradicate this crisis, we came across this proposal of solving this problem. Okay. So this is our unique value proposition. Overcome the major disadvantage of small business shopping websites, overcome online shopping scams, send money after the product gets delivered. Let me explain how this works in the architecture part. Keep track of the money and order ensure, that is avoiding fake orders. So who are the customer segment? Who are our target customers is all these small business shopping website holders and the customer who are fond of buying the products from the small business shopping websites, that is all of us. So these are our key metrics, that is easy to handle the mobile app and web app, connection with small business websites, large database of customer and warehouse sites, keeping track of the product and transaction. So what is our cost structure? IT development cost, payment and incentive to the delivery partners. And what are our revenue streams? Advertising commission, delivery charges and affiliate incomes. So let me give a clear insight. This is our how the project works. Here are our customers. They are going to shop in the small business shopping websites. They are going to place order and make payments. Once they make payment, it will take you to the payment gateway. They'll take you to the payment gateway. In the payment gateway, once you give proceed to payment, a QR will be generated. The QR will be encrypted with all the bank details and your order details. So that QR will be attached to your delivery package, and it will be sent to your home. So when the package reaches your house, when you open that and scan the QR, then the money will be transacted. So we are basically holding the money in the middle using the blockchain transaction ledgers. So you can track order. Once the QR matches, only the money will go to the small business shopping website people. So this is the demo screens that we developed, login screen and our website screen. So this is the proceed to payment gateway. When we click on proceed, a QR will be generated and that QR will be attached to the package that is being delivered to our homes. So this is the scanner app that we developed and the transaction ledger. It contains username and password. We'll enter that and go into the app, and inside that app there will be 3 refunded, pending and delivered. It will be in the pending state before the product gets delivered. If the product gets delivered, it will be in the delivered state. If you are not getting any product on the customer side, then the money will be refunded. So this is the methodology. JWT tokens will be generated and the JWT will be converted to the ciphertext, merging of the ciphertext and the SHA-256 algorithm, and the node API generation for all the transaction details, database integration and web development. Now I will show the demo video of our project. It's a minimum viable product that we have developed. This is a login page of our website that we have developed using React.js. So click on the ad and proceed to payment. When you click on proceed to payment, it will take to the QR. This QR is encrypted using SHA-256 algorithm. This is the scanner app that we developed using React Native. So this is the transaction ledger, pending, refunded and delivered state. So for your order, you can scan using the scan button. It will authenticate if the right product it is delivered for you or not. This is the minimum viable product that we have developed. Thank you.
Quick announcement to all the teams. Each team will be getting maximum 10 minutes time. So I request all to please do your presentation within that 10 minutes. Okay, next it's team ACI followed by Padmashri and Kirtana Ramesh. Thank you.
And Aditya, we have got okay, so we have committed the idea like it's like a piracy form. Like nowadays, these days, lot of movies, softwares are getting pirated. Because of that concept, we have bought using blockchain technology. We have bought an application where we can store each and every data, not only like strings or texts. We can also store media files into blockchain concept. Like I have come up with a algorithm. It's like triple encryption block algorithm, which encrypts each and every block with its own private keys. Using these keys, it will make it as a block, and it will make a block. Then it will store it into a database, a centralized database. It's like application. So I and my team have developed an application using Blazor, that is a .NET application where Adi. Adi, backside. Sorry for a delay. This one? Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. So myself, Padmashri, and CCA team Kirtana. So thank you first of all, thank you for giving this wonderful opportunity to present our project in front of these great experts. So our project is voting system based on blockchain and using iris recognition. So this is the agenda of our project for today's presentation. So it consists of abstract, objective, existing solution drawbacks, and it contains the main part is hardware implementation and software implementation. We have two things in hardware implementation, that is one is iris recognition and fingerprint scanner. And in software implementation, we have blockchain, hyperledger fabric framework, and we have Pega. So our project is mainly about giving a secure voting system in overcoming the traditional voting system. That is, in regular life we have a traditional voting system which will be carried over by verifying the voter ID and we will be casting the votes. but there is a lack of verification process. Right? So to overcome that, we have implemented iris recognition as a process of verification. If the person is visually challenged, we are using fingerprint scanner for verification process. And we are using blockchain to store the casted code, and after the casting, the database will be locked, and it will be unlocked after the successful authentication of the 3 authorities which we will be assigning. So the main objective of our project is to give a secure and reliable voting system, and it will be a fast-paced voting system compared to the traditional voting system. And if the project is implemented in the future elections, the result will be can be given in the same day of voting itself. So it will be more and more transparent and more secure. So existing solution drawback. We all know that in our traditional voting system, as I already said, we will be giving Aadhaar card or voter ID for the process of authentication, and they will be casting their vote. So in that, we have more and more chances of fake votes. That is, in the process of they can bribe the authority to cast the vote in favor of a particular party. So that and all makes the result in the form of favoritism. So to avoid that, we have come with a solution of using blockchain and iris recognition. In the case of iris recognition, each and every iris will be unique in kind of patterns, in unique patterns. So it will be more and more secure to verify the process. And the chances of fake votes will be 0, and there will be less mishandling of data. So this is the architecture diagram of our project. So first, the voter will be verified using iris scanning, as I already said. If the person is visually challenged, he or she will be undergone fingerprint scanner for the authentication process. After the authentication process is successful, he or she will be casting their vote, and the vote will be stored in the blockchain. As we know that blockchain has a network and it consists of many nodes. In that node, we are saving timestamp and vote data. After the casting day, the data will be stored in the database will be logged. On the day of result day, the database will be unlocked if the 3 authorities after the successful completion of iris scanning. Then they can unlock the database, and they can count the votes, and they can produce the result. So in this way, the result will be more and more unique, and it will not be biased. So this is the system.
So now let's know a little about our software and hardware implementation of our project. For authentication purpose, we have used 2 methods. The first one is iris scanner, and the second one is fingerprint scanner. So iris scanner is the most secure authentication, one of the most secure authentication method. So in iris scanner, it recognizes the mathematical patterns of the iris part of an eye. So with that, it's unique for each and every person. So with the help of that, we can verify an user or we can verify the person. So it extracts the iris area and it will remove all the eyelids covered, and we can follow by normalization and encoding of that iris data, and we can compare it with the existing blockchain database, and we can verify if he's a correct person, the right person. So this is the first method. And the second one is fingerprint scanner. We have included a backup authentication method, since not every person will have iris, and there are some conditions where people lack or there is an absence of iris. So we have given this for the visually challenged persons and who are having some severe eye problems. So fingerprint scanner will recognize the epidermal ridges of the skin, and with that patterns it will recognize the person. So our project concentrates on implementing blockchain concepts for greater security. So blockchain is a decentralized network that consists of multiple ledgers that store transactions securely. by means of distributed and immutable node network. So such that transaction will happen between nodes, and each node will have a timestamp, data, and a hash value. So this hash value is hash value is responsible for maintaining the consensus among the distributed ledger network, such that this consensus algorithm is used to check if all the distributed ledger network agrees upon the current state of the blockchain. For example, a node is being manipulated. This consensus algorithm will detect such that the node is manipulated. How it will detect it? See, when a node is manipulated or the data changes, the hash value of that node will change. So the algorithm detects it and corrects it with the help of another distributed ledger network. So we are using our blockchain as our domain to achieve transparent election process by not compromising the security. We have used Hyperledge Fabric framework because it allows limited access to the blockchain network. Because Hyperledge Fabric framework has permission network such that it will allow only limited access to the blockchain network by creating a separate channels. So the person can view only through the channels. The transactions can be viewed only through the channels. And in order to access a network, a node or a member should be enrolled through membership service provider. So membership service provider is an Hyperledge component that abstracts all the cryptographic mechanisms and protocols behind issuing a certificate, validating a certificate, or user authentication. So with the help of a private key, a member can digitally sign a transaction, and with the help of public key, he can verify if the transaction is correct or not. So we have implemented a new concept called PEGA. So PEGA is nothing but a unified low-code application development tool. So we have used it to create an application like a front end for the users to easily register themselves. So if he is already if he already has an voter ID or he is a new user, he can register himself through this application. So we chose PEGA because it is very user friendly, and every person can easily access and understand what is going behind that. So in PEGA, we can collect the details of the voters and including the iris and fingerprint data. So this will be stored in the PEGA database, and we can integrate PEGA database to the blockchain database, because PEGA is currently under developing a kit called Blockchain Innovation Kit, which helps in integrating PEGA database to blockchain database. So why we are doing this is that PEGA database itself is more secure because it has many authentication and authorization security protocols. So while doing this, it is very easy to integrate with blockchain database, increasing the security. So SDG goals, so it was adopted by the UN in 2015 as a universal call to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure that by 2030 every people will have peace and prosperity. So our project falls under the goal 9, industry innovation and infrastructure. So voting is a fundamental right of every citizen, and manipulation in their vote is a crime against their right. So it is necessary and most important to have security for choosing the right government so that we can live in prosperous nation.
So we have planning to implement our project, that is the future enhancement of our project, to give the results on the voting day itself. So that we are planning to telecast the results as in live without any delay. So our main motto of our project is to give transparency without compromising security. So thank you for giving this wonderful opportunity to us. So we are open to questions. By Team Code Alpha.
Hello everyone. So I am Sri Arvindra, and we are going. Please speak with it. Speak it. So let me introduce my team. I am Sri Arvindra, he is Balaji, and my other teammates are Logesh and Vignesh Vedalingam. So our project is about decentralized EHR using a blockchain, which is also called as decentral. So this is our agenda. which consists of problem statement, abstract and business analysis and architectures. So now I hand over it to Balaji.
So happy afternoon to one and all present here. The problem statement we find here is in EHR, which means electronic health record, we have many data leakages and data breaches. See, for example, we know that data is very important and it should be protected properly. In medical field, is it important to store data? Yes, it is very important to store data because, for example, let me take a real example, which is a person who is affected with HIV. His data has to be protected properly. Otherwise, if this data leaks, he feels some discomfort in the society. The society will make him they try to avoid them in the society. So like this, every data should be properly maintained. But in this current situation, in India, the electrical health record is not maintained properly because everything is centralized. Here, it is not trustworthy. First and foremost thing is it is not trustworthy. From this, we have introduced a solution. So we have introduced the app called Decentrod. What is Decentrod? So Decent, which stands for decentralized, ROD for record. So decentralized record. Here, what is special about Decentrod? Everything we made is decentralized. So here we are using a decentralized app to store the electronic health record without third party. So the main thing is we are not involving any third party here, and we use IPFS. So Internet Planetary File System. So we use IPFS because we use a decentralized storage system. Since Ethereum is not free, it is very expensive to store data. We use IPFS because it is cost efficient and we can decentralize. We can use the decentralized storage. So for the purpose, we are using IPFS here. Next slide. Okay. Here we can see the existing solution. In this diagram, you can see that every organization is connected to peer-to-peer network. On the top right corner, we have a link. In that link, we have the proof that the data leakages are happening in medical field, that is electronic health record. Even during COVID time, there was many leakages of data in India. Even it happened in a Delhi government hospital, and we do have a proof in that. We will show it in the last slide. After you see here, data breaches in hospital. This, to avoid that, we have created Decentrod. And the main reason we created Decentrod is to make it as a tamper-proof and trustworthy. So the patient who uses or the organization which uses must trust us. So we made it a trustworthy platform. And the major thing we thought of doing this is human trafficking. So when there is a leakage of data, many human trafficking can happen. So like rare blood groups and organs, this involves in human trafficking. So we kept in this mind and we developed this Decentrod. Next. So proposed solution. We have came with off-chain solution. So our Decentrod is an off-chain solution, and the main thing we focus on here is we have properly encrypted and we give access only to the authorized people. The specialty about Decentrod is we have a health insurance. Health insurance are very important because we need to claim it as quickly as possible and in a secured way. So by keeping in that mind, we have made a health insurance which is synchronized with EHR. We have synchronized it. So how can we access that? So for example, if a person is met with an accident, he goes to the hospital. When the hospital confirms that he is severely injured, automatically they can easily contact with the health insurance because we have synchronized it. So when they contact with the health insurance, they can easily claim their money. And the another thing we have done this here. And the most important thing I want to tell it before is we have used tokens here, rechargeable tokens, because we need to make the payment in a user-friendly manner. So we have made a tokens which is reusable tokens. Reusable by means like we use Coinbase to make it reusable. So we have 3 tiers in that. One is basic, medium and pro. So we have 3 levels of subscriptions. Next slide. So the technical stacks we have used, first we start with MetaMask as a wallet and also as a peer-to-peer communication. We use MetaMask here, and for React.js we use it for a front end, and web3.js is a library. So we have used the DApp to interact with Ethereum node. So IPFS for cost efficient and decentralized storage. So Ethereum for crypto, and Solidity for developing smart contracts, and Material UI. Remix ID. Actually, we use the Remix ID for the purpose of ABI, abstract binary interface, because an app with another app from the outside, we need to make it interact with our smart contract. So for that we need ABI. So we used Remix ID and the Visual Studio Codes for development, and Polygon blockchain for storage purpose. So from here, I hand over this presentation to my team member, Oro.
So let us see the cost implementing in the project. So we store the EHR in the IPFS, and we generate the ASCII and store in the Polygon. So the ASCII for the IPFS is a 256 bit. So it is a very low memory, so we can store it in off-chain easily. So then the charges is changed constantly, and it is takes about 0.05 to 0.06 INR, which is a very cost efficient solution. So let us see how the patients can use this cost efficiently. So for adding the patient record, we are using 0.06 INR only, and same as for enrolling also. So it is an affordable solution. So why decentralized? So it is there is no need of maintaining the server. Then only for payment method for uploading and sharing the records. So it is a subscription based solution. So let us compare the existing solution and the decentralized. So it is a very expensive solution where when we go to the centralized DHR. So when we go to decentralized, there is no server maintenance, there is no security maintenance. So there is a less security maintenance, and only for payment, uploading and sharing the records. So let us go to the business analysis. So the business analysis can be made into 2 types, for public and private. So when you go towards the public, so we can make it as a mandatory system as an Aadhaar card. So let us make it as a health ID, where we can use it for all over India to make the record securely. So when we introduce to Indian government as a mandatory as an Aadhaar card, we can make many users record safely. So it is also affordable. So we are introducing the token based subscription, where each and every token consists of 10 transactions. So cost efficiency for storing a EHR file. So if we directly store the file in the on-chain, it costs around $40. So when we take IPFS, we can store it very cost efficiently. So we use IPFS. So advantage of decentralized. So it is a distributed network, health insurance synchronization, high level security, cost efficient, and we use encryption and transaction protection. We introduced granting and revoking permissions. There is no maintenance required. So let us go through the architecture. So first we should make an health ID card, which consists of an QR, where we using as a smart city. So when a patient enters to the hospital, they need to use this card. So then they need to register to the DR, where it consists of many organizations like patient, health insurance, and physicians, and many other. And we deployed the smart contract where it is an inherited smart contract. So granting and revoking can be applicable. So the EHR is authorized only to the user where the patient can authorize. So the EHR can stored in the IPFS where it is stored in the Polygon blockchain. We use Polygon blockchain for the cost-efficient affordable solution. So health insurance synchronization. So why we introduce this? So to make it is a digital. As Miss Broker said, we need to make this as a digital world. So we are introducing the health insurance. So there may be a missing of a health insurance. There may be a late claiming of health insurance. So to make a health insurance claiming fastly, we are introducing the health insurance synchronization. So conclusion. So in our product, it is an immutable data privacy and scalable solution. Thank you. Any queries?
So storing is easy, but pulling the data is not easy, right? It is a time-taking process on a real-time basis. I have seen many people here talking about IPFS, but how do you make sure that retrieving the data from IPFS is going to be very easy and fast?
Sir, we are going to show the PPT. We are having the demo.
That's fine, you can answer. How do you retrieve the data?
Yes, sir, we are having a smart contract which is just an inherited, so we can make it a fast retrievation.
Retrieving the data back, right?
Yes, sir. Login. So we need to connect with the wallet, and we can add admin, remove admin, and change the owner, and also I can add the hospital. So there is an hospital login where you can add an hospital by being an admin, and there is a patient login where you can make a patient sign up. So there is a grant permission and revoking permission, and we can also give other patient data by using the public key. So if possible, I can show my smart contract algorithm where it is an inherited algorithm.
So retrieving the data is on-chain transaction or off-chain?
Off-chain, sir.
Off-chain.
Yes, sir. We are using the ASCII, sir. So it can be directly using we are using an embedded so that we can view it in a PDF file.
Okay, I got it. I was thinking it's on-chain.
Yes, sir. We can talk privately, sir. I will show my products. Thank you.
So, good afternoon for one and all present here. First, I will thank each and everyone to spending your precious time for our ideas. Okay. So, welcome to the future. First, everyone will think, hey, what man, you're starting with something else. Like, welcome to the future, which means that we don't want to carry any like formatted documents, data in our hands. To be practical, like when I go to a college, they will ask me, hey, bring your Aadhaar card, go bring your Xerox. They will ask me 1,000 documents. For getting a small thing, they will ask me 1,000 documents. At that point, I can't run each and everywhere and like, I want to take this one Xerox, I want to take that one. At that time, I can't do everything. So, this is the, like each and every day, every student will face this problem for getting the documents, for real documents, because we can make 1,000 fake documents. To ensure each and every document is real, it will take more time for the time consuming process for the institutes, for school, etc. to ensure that each and every document is a real one. For our main project is student identification portal. So this project, first I will see other. Like for example, if a government, I will come to the practical example. If a government giving you a scholarship, first they will ask the verification of the student, particular student. like from which college you are, like this college is like, they have the particular reputation, and what are the details you are given, those things are real. So first we have to prove all the details are real, like everything is real, approved by the government. So that plays the most important thing. At that point, we can't run each and everywhere and collect those documents. So for that, we have implemented like student identification portal, and the solution will be given by my teammate. Before that, I will also give other like problem facing. Facing problems are if an organization, for example, take new people. So you are taking our projects, and like you are spending your time with our projects, and you will be investing on us. So first, how you are like believing okay, your idea will be valuable. Okay, you want to think that how you believe us, your ideas are valuable, because by giving all these details, right? Giving all these details and our code information. By those things you will see, okay, and you will be searching for flaws. That's the main thing. You'll be searching for flaws and each and everything. Like that, every institute and school, they can't like sit for a whole time, and they can't spend time for finding the flaws and checking whether these documents are legal and each and everything. For that, the main application we developed is student identification portal, and the solution and deeper details will be given by my teammate Mithun.
Hello. As my friend was saying about the problems we are facing right now, I have come up with a solution. Our team has developed a solution in which we can solve most of the problems we are facing right now. Like I said, we have to carry a lot of documents during each time we are enrolling into the institution or doing some document verification. Our project is that we will be verifying all the documents of the students once they are joining our system. Our system will provide the students all the unique student identification, in which they will provide an ID. Using that ID, they can enroll any institutions and verify the documents. What our system will do is that once they join our system, we will verify their like birth certificates, like their mark sheets and all, and include it into the system. And we will be providing them with the credible data to the institutions. These student unique IDs can be used by the institutions and organizations to identify the student to enroll them into the institutions. And we will be providing the institution and organizations with application programming interface, that is API. Using that API, the institutions and organizations can verify the students' details in real time. And the student status verification. This function can use to verify students' status, that is whether the student is currently enrolled in any institutions or not. Because like government is providing many scholarship schemes, but we don't know whether a student is actually enrolled in an institution or is not a student at all. Okay, so to solve the problem, we have come up with a solution, that is student status. With the student status, an organization or institution can verify whether a person is actually enrolled into an institution. The simple way is we will be providing an API key to the organizations in which they can enter the student's ID, and the API will instantly provide them with the data whether a student is actually enrolled in an institution or not, that is active status or inactive status. And how we are using blockchain in our system. That is, you see a lot of data piracy is happening right now. Hacking is becoming a very common activity nowadays. So protect the data theft, we have come up with an idea that to store all institution data and student data in blockchain and retrieve them when it's necessary. Actually, all functions are explained right now, and just say what our project is in overview. Okay, so the thing is, in our SAP, students' account will be created by institutions, not by students themselves, because we might actually create a fake person in the system. So to avoid that, institutions will be creating students' account to prevent from fraudulent activities, and the institution's account will be created by our organization to ensure the institution is a credible and valid institutions. So how we are making revenue out of this project is that we will be charging students a one-time fee, that is student enrollment, because we are including them into the system and giving them an account using which you can actually solve a lot of problems like document verification. They need to carry the original documents to each and everywhere they're going to enroll. So to prevent that, we are giving them a lot of options. So student will be paying as a one-time fee for student enrollment. And next is AP calls for student data for research purposes. Like we'll be giving organizations and institutions the API, right? So using which they can verify a student is an actual student or not, and in which college is studying, like that. So we'll be charging each time they pull the data from the database. And actually, our system is not just something helps students, but also the government. Because we are having a lot of data, like in which state, how many students are studying, how many girls are currently enrolled, how many boys are enrolled, like which community are they from, or which background are they from. These are all very important data to the government, because government is trying the best to improve each and everyone in their own lifestyle. So the thing is, if you provide this data to the government, they can use this data in a valuable way and come up with a lot of schemes to provide scholarships or like any support to the students. And we can actually charge from the government. It's not like in charge, but it's also like in service, because we are providing them with the data they need. Right? Okay. So our proficiency. We are actually worked in Solidity and World of Zelica and made some smart contracts. We are not really into the experts in blockchain, but we are, like India, we are also new to blockchain. Okay, so the thing is, we are learning right now, and we are improving the skills, and have come up with a prototype. And the prototype is actually in kind of ideation to prototype stage. Okay. Thanks for this opportunity. Do you guys have any questions? We are happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, Team Code Alpha. I request the Connect team to please stay back. We are going to have a Zoom Connect now. A college is joining through Zoom call. So we'll have their presentation, and then we'll get back to the presentations that are here and present. Thank you.
Yeah, sir. So, just give me a second, I'll just present it. Yeah, sure. I'll take them through while having the presentation. Good evening, everyone. So this is Manish representing Team Binary. We are a team of 3 members. So one is me, and then the other 2 people who is Nathan and then Lakshmi. We have worked with multiple projects related to blockchain and different tech stacks. But this I can present it as one of the magnum of my projects. So getting into the idea and the ideology of the project. So it's about plan pay. As soon as we hear about the word plan pay, we just get to some decision, okay, something we are getting paid and all, yeah. So this is correct. Always we stick to this ideology that the technology has been upgrading day to day, but we are living behind nature. So that was the reason to take up this inspiration. We tried to balance both of the things together and get everything on a single place. Also, we have observed that data is what is driving the complete world these days. So handling all these 3 aspects into a single application makes it more efficient and challenging. So here in PlanPay, it is all about nurturing nature and you getting paid. Behind this, there is a big range of business models which I'll be going through in the upcoming slides. So first, the major 2 pillars of PlanPay, whatever we have built, is about plant health. That is nurturing the nature. We have been letting the nature into that disasters where we are getting things constructed and we don't have even good oxygen to breathe in. Along with it, a lot of diversity of plants are being lost every day. Coming to the second pillar of PlanPay, it is all about data and finance. So every day, day to day, the technology has been upgrading and then financially people are developing. But coming to the point, we are taking care of data. So here we are handling both data and nature into one single place. So in our application, it is all about a user and a company. So you can register as a user and as a company. So for example, if you are taking as a user, so the PlanPay works in this format. You plant a sapling, nurture it every 15 days, and then you upgrade a test case to the application, and then the data whichever is being extracted, we mine it using ML algorithms. We use computer vision to identify which kind of plant, which soil, and other aspects to store the data. And this complete data, whatever we are capturing from the user, is being transacted to blockchain networks. So this data is, the data has a wider business model forward. So this is the basic idea of planting, where a user will be planting and then he'll be receiving, he'll be incentivized based on his nurturing the nature. So going forward, we have collected the data, and then the use cases of data are industries and research groups can use this data. For example, like when fertilizer industries are advertising or are trying to come up with samples, if you want to get the samples from different places, it is difficult for researchers to identify which part of city or which part of particular location to find. But through this application, the data we collect, there are a lot of users from different diverse regions who provide us the data. So mining the data deep inside will give us very great insights to check through where and how what's happening. So based on this, fertilizer industries can advertise their advertisements for a particular location based on their speciality, and then they can go with other campaigns as well. Along with it, a few arid plants are not found everywhere. So people who are growing it, or people who can find it in different places, so the locations can be identified and then helpful for the medical use cases. And then startups and YouTubers can actually use this data to go forward in understanding the data and taking up business decisions. So Planter does not only stop with one particular point of data where we collect plant data and grow it, but it also has an incentivization for users for filling up Google forms or form data. So basically, every company needs a market research to happen. To perform this market research, they depend on other third-party companies to collect the data. So we being a nature-friendly third-party partner to them, we'll be using those data points to collect it from the users and then provide it to the business. So basically, in between both users as well as the startups of companies are getting monetized in between. So coming to how the business model works, we have a wide range of market size which can target all the individuals. People from almost 10 years of planting saplings to the people who are 50 years spending their life with plants together. And then there are other market where, other side of the market where startups or agro-based industries can pull in data from the application and use it according to their use cases. So the core idea behind the business is all about building a marketplace. So there will be a stream of data which will be getting transacted to the blockchain, and then the data is extracted and provided to the required users through streamlined basis. And then we have a business model showing data supply chain. We have shared percentages like based on business consultancies, and then collaboration for incentives. And then this is one of the mock-ups which we have built about the application. So this application has its own personalized design and user attractive design, where people can read about plants, they can plant a new plant, and then they can know how many plants they have been growing. And the special part of everything is growing plants has its own story or has its own emotion behind it, which every one of us face every day. So here, every plant can be given a story which is provided over here, so that taking the GPS location which is proceeding to 8 decimals gives an accurate location. And then based on the plant, you can read through the stories and you can hide in a lot of emotions into a single plant. And then here you get to see all your nurtured plants and then your care meter, which shows up your details one by one, like how many test cases or how many times you have taken care of the plant, and based on that NFTs, everything will be awarded to you. Along with it, the final phase of the application comes in where your business model lays. So every company can request PlanPay to come up with certain data points, and we'll be pushing it down to users who will be interested in filling up the data, and that will be provided to the end users, I mean startups or business partners. So here there's a huge business laying up along with developing the nature. So the tech stack which we're planning to build this application, and this partially we're developing it as well. So it's we have used Flutter for app development, Solidity and Polygon, which has a very less carbon footprint. As we're working towards nature, it's very important that we follow a less carbon footprint. So we'll be using Polygon for that. And then we'll be using GraphQL for quick retrieval and data, dropping down data expenses. And then we're using TensorFlow Lite and OpenCV for computer vision, which will be used for understanding the images and then producing particular data. Thank you everyone. Thank you for the opportunity we have received to present our product. Thank you.
We would like to show a demo video of the project if you would like to see.
Yeah. So, based on that, researchers will be able to find what diseases are coming up and what different soils and what different plants. Based on that, they can take up decisions. So this is all about the application. Thank you everyone.
Thank you.
Connect to us. So what we are doing is we are building a platform that gives blockchain as a service. So next. So the abstract of this project is to give blockchain as a service. So what we basically do is we do satisfy needs for several blockchain users through a website. So So this is our system architecture. So our system is basically divided into three main categories. So first is blockchain for contracts. Second is blockchain for contracts. Not for contracts, for fake products. And third is for crypto wallets. So considering the first one, so we can say there is a finance sector company. So I am getting a finance for some amount of money. So there will be a contract signed between two persons, the client and the one who allowed me fund. So there will be a contract. So this website pays a way the contractor can give his contract to our site, and it will be stored as a block in the blockchain that we provide. So the data will be stored in blockchain, and it will be viewed only by the client and the finance provider. So coming to the next service. So that is for products and patents. So imagine there is a company Apple. So there are many fake Apple products. So the company's reputation is being spoiled. So they can register their products. So let's imagine they are building they have a manufacturing unit of 100 per day. So they can register their 100 products with their unique ID in this website. So the unique IDs will be stored as a block in the particular company. So whenever I wish to buy an Apple product, so I can make use of an app of this connectors engine, and then I can make a comparison whether this product was made by Apple and whether the product is original or not. So I can make a cross verification using this website. And third is for we can say like spoofing. So we can avoid many credentials, and for we can say that B2C communication things. So let's say I have some credentials I need to store somewhere safe. So I can make use of this connectors engine, and I can store my own personal details in the blocks as a blocks. Next. So it can, as I have said, so our blockchain connectors engine can be used to avoid fake products, and can be used in insurance sectors and lending, financial lending, and as well as food supply chain. So most interesting part is food supply chain. So let's say there is a industry, they are manufacturing foods. So there is a chance some companies may say that we have manufactured these goods, and if it's spoiled or
there is some issue with the goods they do. So we can store it in food supply chain as a block in our connectors engine, and we can make it tamper proof. So once the product is being manufactured by company and they have to register in this site, and we can ensure that this product has not been tampered and the details mentioned in this product was real. So that's the one, food supply chain. And coming to insurance, there are many fake insurance claims. So that can also be avoided using the blockchain. So yeah, next one. So unrealistic orders. So that's I mentioned as a fake product. So there might be a chance. So that there may be a product that will not satisfy the original need. So let's say someone is selling a display with features of 60 Hz of refresh rate, but the actual refresh rate might be 30. So there must be something wrong. They have tampered the data and selling it for wrong. So that can be even avoided using the use of blockchain technology. So next. So as I have said, we are providing blockchain as a service. So let's say I wish to have a blockchain network. So this is what Amazon did before 10 or 20 years. So they revolutionized the online markets. So I need to sell something online, then I need to create my own web server and I need to hire a team and create a website. So what Amazon did is they have created a platform. So where I can sell my goods and someone can buy their goods. So that's what I am doing here with the help of blockchain. So I am creating a portal that gives blockchain as a service. So if I need to transfer my business into blockchain, I can make use of this. So let's say there are many chances. So my business parameters may be different and some other business parameters may be different. So we use WordPress and React, and we can define our own data fields based on the business model. So, and even the applications of the blockchain can be used in several areas, like even for broadcasting, fund exchange, insurance, and fake product identification or whatever. It is more generic website. We are just providing a service, so we can use it for anything, whatever. We are just making the task easy. But there is no application like this there exists currently. So we are building our own blockchain and giving them as a service, so they can make use of blockchain to protect the data. So coming to the next one. So security. Blockchain is so secure, so that's for sure. And in our blockchain, as we have mentioned, we are creating our own blockchain. So we are using Spring Boot, microservices architecture for creating our own blockchain, and WordPress for developing the front end, and also React and PostgreSQL for storing the data, and AWS for hosting our own block services backend. And coming to this. So first what we are doing is we are fetching the details from the customer point of view. We are having it as a single data unit, and then we do compress the data into a single unique ID and as a fingerprint. Let's say the Apple product may be having some specification. So, and car manufacturer will be having different specifications. So all specifications will be combined and generated as a single fingerprint. So that will be unique. And next, generation of hash. So that will be hashed, and then the previous block hash will be calculated, and then it will be added to the block of the particular company. Let's say I am registering a company and I register a product in this website. So my product will be registering under my own blockchain network, not in someone else's blockchain network. So this provides this gives an opportunity to create my own blockchain network in this website. So different companies may have different blockchain network for their own purposes based on their own needs. So business model, it's B2. There are two types of business model we offer: B2B model and B2C model. So business to business model. So considering this big MNC companies, they can directly approach us, and we do application for them, and we do sell for them. This is like kind of major thing that we concentrate in our website. And B2C model. So this is for some kind of sellers. Like we can say an example like an Amazon seller or something. So if I need to sell a good, then that comes under B2C. They can create their own requirement using WordPress. They can create their own website and they can create their own blockchain network. So we use MongoDB as a database, an additional database. So they can customize their own data needs. So they can even create their own data network, blockchain network based on their requirements. So that comes under B2C network. So revenue generation. So this is the most challenging part. So almost every company gives up to 3 to 5% of their income for securing their data. So having this blockchain as a service platform, we can generate revenue by using the companies, as I have mentioned in B2B model. So they can pay us amount so that we can offer them a individual blockchain network for their own company. So that's what we have planned for generating the income. Next. So economic scope. So we plan we need to have some standards. So making connectors engine as a standard, establishing it as a standard, we can come into a conclusion like both industry and it can be believed by all clients. So by the belief, so everyone will start using it. So increasing number of customers will have more revenue on it, and then we can provide this service to everyone so that everyone can make use of blockchain. Yeah, thank you. And finally, I like to add on something more that I haven't covered in this network. So yes, as I said, so blockchain is a platform that is used for security. So it must be reached to everyone. So we thought of giving it to government sectors as well as private sectors. So as giving it as a service, so everyone can make use of it. That was our main motive to select this project. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
We have can we have Nabeen?
Coming from Hindustan University. Sir. It's immutable. Why we are saying blockchain is immutable? Because of no one can see the data, no one can access the data. Hacker can face many difficulties for the data accessing. That's why we are saying blockchain is immutable. In my aim to create my academic project for blockchain for healthcare record, patient IDs can we enter the patient details first of all. It is decentralized system. We say as centralized system means the data will easily access. The decentralized management means we cannot access the data. The decentralized access data is used by ASK function, SAH 256 and SAH 512 algorithms. It is displayed by hospital details on doctor registration. Doctor also access the data. The patient and doctor only access the data. My aim to create patient and doctor only access the data. This is the way to decentralized way store patient records, display doctor details and patient registration. Once the patient can register the details will be stored in as function as a method as attribute based access control model ABAC. There one person asked, why IPFS? How can you retrieve the data? My aim to create Kafka mechanism, ma'am. Kafka mechanism is also a streaming data, ma'am. It's also in the process of streaming the data. That's why I created this project using Kafka mechanism to stream the data. In current data also, we will stream the data, ma'am. That's all. The data is sparsely known. That's why we used the mechanism of Kafka for streaming the data. And the data will go through blockchain, ma'am. Node, peer to peer, ma'am. This is the methodology. Thank you.
Myself Akshaya, and I am here to present my topic, that is voting system using blockchain. This is a very famous quote by APJ Abdul Kalam, that is, remember, for your progress, for your welfare, for your happiness, never fail to cast your vote in elections. And you may wonder why am I telling this quote right now? Because India is on a digital wave currently, and urban development in India will be the biggest sunrise industry that any country has seen in any part of the world. And for this, I would like to cheer upon blockchain technology. That is, blockchain is a distributed ledger. It is distributed because the copy of every database, every record in the ledger is kept in every node in the network, and that's what keeps it secure. Now, blockchain goes on the technology that is decentralization. It is a most important concept. Like, instead of a distributed ledger, it is decentralized among all the nodes that are present on the network. So this makes it safe. So even if we try to tamper our data in one of the node, there is no way humanly possible that every node connected in the blockchain will be affected. Now I want to convince every one of you 6 reasons why blockchain is the next wave, next gold rush, as said by one of our delegates. It cannot be corrupted at all because each node on the network has a copy of digital ledger. It is decentralized technology. It is an enhanced security. Distributed ledger, as I said, distributed in every node. Consensus, because if any transaction is being recorded on the blockchain, it has to be given consensus. It has to be verified by other nodes also. So there is no way that duplicate records can be inserted. And faster settlement. How my idea of blockchain works is, a new transaction is entered. It is transmitted to the peer-to-peer computers. This network of computers solves some equations to confirm the validity. Once it is confirmed, it is legitimate. These are added to the blocks, they are clustered together, and each block is connected together. And the transaction gets complete. It's as simple as that. Now my project idea is voting system using blockchain. India is the largest democracy in our world, and we have around 9.2 million people voting, 9.2 million adults voting, and it is just 60 to 70% of the turn rate. So this is a huge area where blockchain could get into and change the whole idea, whole perspective of voting. You might have a query that how can we implement voting, blockchain using voting. It is like there's a country that is Sierra Leone, and they have implemented this as well, and it has been a great success. The current system of voting is a good one, but we can implement a greater ideas using blockchain. The current one goes like, we have a voter list of all the eligible voter. On the day of voting, these people go into the line, stand in the huge line for the EVM machines and put the vote to their desired candidate. This method ensures that the single person is putting one vote by marking on their fingers. But using a new system, that is blockchain, there are a lot of security issues with this. That is DDoS attacks, booth capturing, vote alteration, and a huge amount of paperwork. It involves a lot of human work involved, and we can digitalize it. As we know, India is getting digitalized in every single thing. Take it COVID application or DigiLocker, everything is getting digitalized. So why not make this digitalized, right? How to implement it? My idea of implementing is it, as one of our delegates also said that there are 93% of people in India that is using mobile phones.
So we can create an application using blockchain technology. We can use technologies like Truffle, and we can use Node.js and everything to create an application. The voter will enter his or her details like unique ID, Aadhaar or something. That will act as a public key, and the private key will be given by any registrar or any centralized authority. The user can log in onto the application. Then once the day of election comes, they can vote according to their wish on the application. Since it contains blockchain, every one of the node could see who voted and what is the count of votes. So there is no way there is tampering or there is any misconduct happening. So users can instantly see the results, and they can also trace back the transaction if they want. Since the current voting system don't suffice the security needs, there is a need to build a system that leverages security. This is the example of what I would like to portray as my prototype. This is the application. You can choose any one of the candidates. The transaction ID and timestamp is recorded once you are finalizing your option. All the details are broadcasted to the network, and the transaction, that is the vote, is added to the chain, and voter can view the results soon. This is the blockchain voting example. The thing is, the only problem with this huge democracy, the huge size of our population, is that every one of us need to be registered before getting into voting using blockchain. But we can do it in steps using modular approach. Infrastructure that is needed is, first is a smartphone, then is the Android application that should be publicly served by the government. This could be acting as a government policy. We have an initiative in India called Digital India, that is Power to Empower, and this idea could contribute a little bit to that initiative, and we can make our India more digital and get into the world race soon. As Sir said, that we are aiming for 1 trillion economy, and not just only development of social, we need technological development as well as the social and emotional development also. And blockchain is the next gold rush. I believe in it, and here I submit my idea. And the last thing I would like to say is India should work on her own shadow. We must have our own development model, and we as a youngster can make it happen. Thank you so much.
To all our present here, I am Bhavyashree from the Department of BCom Finance and Taxation, DG Vaishnav College. So since I am from the commerce background, this will be a very generalized PPT about blockchain technology. It doesn't have an architecture or a prototype. It's just a very generalized, my suggestions and my views towards the future research directions. So firstly, what is blockchain? Blockchain is a decentralized ledger of all the transactions across a peer-to-peer network. So with this technology, the participants can confirm their transaction without a certifying authority. So since we are moving towards a digitalized world, blockchain technology is being now applied in many real-world scenarios. So it can also be used to resolve many issues through accurate estimation of definite values. So I wanted to give a more approach towards secure, transparent and accountable personal data sharing. So first, what I feel are the findings, blockchain technology can be used for identified management. So we can take the attributes which we need into token forms, and that tokens, if a user wants a particular identity attribute, they can use the tokens, and from that token they can generate the data they require. So since the data is being stored in a blockchain, it guarantees integrity for those tokens. Secondly, access management using blockchain. So data sharing by blockchain can be done through a cryptographic approach. So there's transparency and integrity for access control policies and also for the policy evaluation process. So there would be 100% security for managing your data also through blockchain. Next is future work. So how we can use blockchain and what can be done, what influence can be brought through blockchain are, firstly, a formal verification for data sharing process. Even if we have a lot of hardware software security architecture like Intel Exchange, there is no particular formal methodology to verify the data which is being entered. So such architecture like verific entity researches can be conducted so as to ensure the accuracy of our data. Secondly is purpose control. So if somebody wants to access the data, why do they need to access? That needs to be assessed. So this is done so as to ensure that the data that is being processed is not irrelevant to the intended purpose of the data by the data provider. So the two main issues that has to be addressed in this is that data access should be authorized and the purpose of the data which they require should be specified legally and appropriately. So we could come up with validation mechanisms for this so that the data is not being misused. So I would like to conclude by saying that blockchain is a blooming platform being as a technology or a career, so that we have a lot of data restrictive policies in across many countries, so that we could explore this platform even further and even in various domains, so that we could use this effectively and efficiently. Thank you so much.
So there is some technical connection issue from the other side. So we are closing so I request all the participants to please stay back. So the results will be announced in another 5 minutes. Thank you.
Both the student community as well as the training placement officers as well as trainers who have traveled a couple of miles. So still do not want to prolong further. So just quickly we were trying to analyze, and it's a very serious analysis in terms of who has advanced in technology, who has a stronger use case, who is very practical, who has a model which we can coachable, we can guide a bit and then make it a really powerful use case. So there are multiple factors which are looked in from different specialists from their point of view. So it's going to be always tough when students have put some hard work, come out with the idea. So we very strongly believe in innovation, nothing is comparable, right? So it's your innovation, it's your story, it's your own originality what comes in. So it's very hard to compare one another. So that difficult part I think you offloaded on us. So we are looked in terms of what is good and what is better and what is easy to implement, which has gone to the next level. So different parameters are iterated. So we arrived at the result. So, but just not announce the result and leave it is not a proper justice for the intention and the passion in which you guys presented. I was so impressed because the whole objective of why FABC has to do this, we just offer employment, we offer you tokenized CV. Is that what our job is? No, we have a FABC labs. We wanted to bring these ideas, cultivate it, push you to the next level, put the investment on top of it, coachable people to be coached so that you become really an entrepreneur is what we were trying to attempt in doing it. So basically two categories. One is a mass category who move towards employment. Another is a category we want to create the superstars. So always as a beings, we always look at the superstars in terms of whom we wanted to become. I call idols or celebrities. So the lab's intention is to create celebrities in the blockchain space. So the original idea, the true idea which can be implemented and who has gone one step ahead. So many are social causes, fantastic. Many are enterprises which have a deeper issues in it, especially electronic health records is where we have worked extensive, there is a demand for it. So there are various observations we have, so I'll give them to read out some observation from their point by the time they get ready for announcing thank you so much.
Presenting your ideas, and again I want to tell you that I congratulate every and each project for creativity, authenticity, that you came up and you worked as a team together and presented. It's not easy. I know that. And again, I would like to say, so to come up with an idea, it's one first step, but always what we see in reality, execution is this challenge that we have to face. What I've seen, so many of the projects are, once we have an idea that I want to reach and goal, then secondly, from a very pragmatic point of view, I would ask a question, how much does it cost? Do you know, sitting at each team, do you know if I will be investor asking how much money do you need today to execute it, to implement your project? You know, if you're coming pitching, you have to think about. And the second, how much would it cost to maintain and run the business? And the third, where you will earn the money. Where is your profit? And this is something also that we always have to think, and this is probably our part that we would like to teach you. What is missing? We want and we congratulate that you have these smart ideas, you have the vision where you want to go, and we see where is our role, what kind of knowledge and expertise and experience we have to bring to you that you can complete the project and really implement it. Congratulations to all of you.
So we have different perspectives. We all come from different school of thought. So obviously our opinion on each of your presentation is different. So Graziella has her own views of how to look at. So she is a very social thinker. She would obviously want us to honor everybody, right? So she is of that view. She's a leadership development person. So she looks at good in everything and want to do what can be coached in each person. So she is hardly bargaining to give more than one. So I would give to her so she gives the overall observation what she felt. Thank you.
It was a real honor to see you mug in together, get up there and have some incredible courage to put some ideas forward. Having done a lot of pitches myself and sitting on some investment boards and panels, one of the things that I'd like to do for all of you is to make the suggestion that you Google and look at what a pitch deck looks like, because I think it's essential to make sure that your idea and your concept follows exactly what Barbara was talking about. So although I would like all of you to win, I also know that you're all coachable. So I'm hoping that you walk away today with that, I'm coming back for this again, and we're going to be working with you at some point. What you need to do is you need to show us the problem that you solve. You also need to somehow tell us what your name means so that we can see that it's associated with something. And I think naming and branding is a really big thing, even for your team, because association is important and it's an emotional buy, especially when you're pitching to people who are going to put their money in. They have to immediately recognize something and know what it's tied to. The other thing is you need to show us that you've de-risked your model. So that means that you need to give us a financial model, but you need to tell us who your competitors are. So you need to tell us, hey, I've actually had a look at the marketplace, and here are my competitors. And here's the current obstructions I have in the current market of India, and what I need to consider if I want to get past this. Now, the revenue model is key and essential to the outcome, because if I'm going to put my money into it, I want to make sure that I'm going to get a return on investment. But I also look for something rather different. I look to see whether you're coachable, and I also want to make sure that you're inventive, but I can see that you're hungry for that next step. So for all of you, the one thing I want to say to you, it was a really tight conversation. You could see us talking about this. It's very important for you when you come up and you pitch that you think about, how am I pitching, what am I doing, and I don't mind sending out some places to go look at pitch decks. Look at some pitch decks, compare those, and remember to dumb down your language a little bit, because there is a lot of information on some of those screens, and we see a lot of presentations, and we need to get your concept straight away, okay? But keep going. I love the talent in this room, and I hope that we see so much more pouring out of you.
And yeah, so Adam looks at from the cost angle, from the tech architecture angle, in terms of how feasible it is and how far it is reliable or realizable. So he has looked at from a pure the dimension of how it really makes a cutting edge into the technology piece. So he looked at it in one dimension and he was giving his opinion, which is also important for us to read from him. So we'll hear from Adam as well.
And I just want to say that the folks that came up here to present, really give yourselves a round of applause. Let's go ahead and start there. So as Sakti mentioned, I spent so much time doing the technical analysis because I want to know your knowledge in terms of the system engineering life cycle, the project management. There's going to be delays in schedules. Costs may go over the budget. So I was looking for things like leadership, project management, the programming. So I think that what we saw today was a mixture of strengths and weaknesses. I felt that we saw some very strong leaders up here today who took charge, who had confidence. You know, this in your career is your baby. It's like your child. So no matter if someone here tells you no, it doesn't mean you don't stop. You continue. You go to additional road shows. You keep pushing your objective until you get a yes. But there are ways to win, and what's called the process of the pre-due diligence. And normally what happens when you meet an investor, whether you're at a seed round or whether you're at a Series A, Series B, if you get to Series B, you're probably already very mature. But we're at the stage of startups. We're at the stage of seed capital. And what that requires is you to meet certain criteria to get the attention of the right investors. You are at the right place. You did everything right. There are just some small things that have to be tweaked. But really, I commend you all for your bravery coming up here, presenting your ideas. You are still the future of the next generation, and we look forward to welcoming you. But we have selected one, and that one will be announced here shortly. But really, we commend your efforts, and really thank you for what you all have contributed, and we look forward to seeing you on the global stage.
Surprised seeing you guys talking about blockchain and decentralized behavior, which is going to take over very soon. When I was at your age, right, I was not so smart, to be honest. I just got lucky enough to be in crypto very early. I can keep it this way. But you know, I've seen young girls, young boys coming on stage, talking about blockchain and its use cases, showing their trust, talking about decentralization, non-volatility, talking about stability, validation, and all those things. I'm no one to judge here, but all I can say, I just look forward to the project which can attract traction, because traction is something which is required for any project to be successful. When I say traction, it means will market gonna use your website or product gonna use your product or website? That's first question. Community will build on top of it once you have the traction, or you're offering something which is more easy, or you can say which is more unique. All over the world, every top billion mind is in the game already. They are trying to solve something better. They are trying to give more ease of use to upcoming generations. So yeah, I have a strong belief in one project. They need some good advisory on top of it, because as I said, right, very early stage for, I respect your ideology for how you want to do something, but definitely on the other side, execution is much more needed. So yeah, I suggested one project to the judges here, with the guys who have taken it to the next step. Apart from just an ideology, they have built something on top of it. I have seen many people here are talking about data storage, IPFS, and all those things. So IPFS is a very nice narrative, starting with Filecoin. And if somebody can build a layer 2 solution on Filecoin, a layer where you can retrieve the data as fast as you are storing in it, that is going to be the next unicorn in the market. So since all of you are working on data storage and trying to, learning about IPFS system, I would like you guys to go ahead and make sure that if you can retrieve as fast as you can, store the data, you are the next unicorn in the market. So far, in 4 years after Filecoin, there is no layer 2 solution on top of it, which can retrieve the data faster. Streaming is not possible on IPFS so far. So it's good to see. Thank you so much. I'm obliged to be here, and result goes as per the jury is going to select the people. Thank you so much. Have a good day. Thank you.
The presentation and in terms of your idea, and that's the objective of the lab, to encourage. It's just this whatever we are trying to offer. This 100,000 INR is just not a. It's just a token of appreciation. So we want to journey along beyond this what we have started today. And I would like to see the real winner. Apart from there are many other winners. The one we could agree to. Okay, out of 3 we chose the best one who could go to the next step in terms of coachable, little more guidance on the technology, little more stitching on that gaps. I think that's something which is really looked up to the next stage. we would like to call upon the result. DC got, yeah, please. So let's appreciate them for what they have done from different dimensions. We look up to them. Impressive guys. Thank you so much. So we look up to having connecting to your college. So just introduce from which college you are in. So we will be reaching out to your college in terms of how we get this prize on how the college wish to have this. Yeah, thank you.
So we are from Sri Manakula Engineering College. Thank you everyone for supporting our team and our idea. So we are from Sri Manakula Engineering College. We are our team. Myself and Vignesh Vachilingam is final year, and other two are second year. I thank my guide Mr. R. Suresh for supporting us. So thank you judges for selecting us. So thanks everyone for giving this opportunity. I will definitely make this into a next step. And thank you sir for telling the ideation, for retrieving the IPFS. So I will give mic to my team members.
Very good evening to everyone. My name is Vignesh Vachilingam, and thanks for this what to say, opportunity, and thanks for everyone. Thank you.
Myself Lokesh Sharman. Thanks for giving this wonderful opportunity.
My name is Balaji. Thanks for the opportunity, and I want to thank my team members also. Because more than hard work, they have done a smart work, I think so. So I also thank my guide. Thank you.
So I'm Suresh, professor from Sri Manakula Engineering College, Pondicherry. So I'm working on the college past 20 years in the same institution. So I've guided almost 200 plus projects. So nearly 5,000 plus students, they are working in different big companies, MNCs. Recently we won 2 first prizes. One is in Wichita, we won the Jatayu contest first prize, and Unisys, the Unisys Cloud 2020, we are winners. So both are different teams. These students, they are working past 2 years from second years onwards. Right now they are in 5 years. These two are from second years. So they are working day and night, so they are approved right now. I'm so happy. So thanks for giving platform to our students. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
And one more time, congratulations to the team from Sri Manakula Vinayagar College. Thank you. So from our end, we'll reach the college for the further proceedings about the cash prize and all that. The information will be passed on to the college. Thank you. So yes, we are to the end of the event. So I think it was a wonderful and informative session from right from morning. Sure. So thank you so much to our speakers, first of all, for being here and supporting all of us and sharing all your knowledge with all of us. And it has been a great time right from morning. I think all of us here would have taken a lot of information from our speakers. It would have been a productive event. So to wind up the event with, I'd like to call Ms. Sneha from SMI Technology to do the vote of thanks. Welcome, ma'am. A very good evening all. It takes an immense pleasure to deliver the oath of thanks for this International Blockchain Summit to all the dignitaries assembled here. I would like to thank our Chief Guest, Honorable Minister N.P. Swaminathan, Tamil Nadu Minister for Information and Publications. I would like to thank the eminent dignitaries, Adam Roosevelt, Baba Burkhan, Gazilia Thakre, Sam Lee, and Shakti Vizargan Rajkar. I would like to extend my thanks to Mr. Khaled Al Mansouri, Chairman of NPA Properties, Abu Dhabi, UAE. Mr. Shashi Anand, Vice President, Kalasanlingan University, Shakti Kumar, Director, Pamela Institutions, Mr. Karan Chandan, and I also extend my thanks to all the training placement officers, our beloved students, our business partners, and the packing support team. Once again, I take this opportunity to thank each and everyone here for your pleasure time. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, thank you so much. Thank you to all our students, our TPOs. Thank you so much. We have come to the end of the session. Hope to see you all very soon. Thank you.